the performance of the National Department against its resource allocation in compliance with Section 5 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and the Related Matters Act 9 of 2009. I see from the attendance list that the delegation from the DTIC is led by the Minister. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning to you, Chairperson, and good morning to all the honourable members.
Chair, if I may, Chair.
Yes.
So, my apologies, we just need to move adoption of the agendas before we proceed, Chair.
Oh, sorry. My apologies.
I'm also present there.
Thank
And
you. Are you
the-
moving adoption of the agenda, Mr. McPherson?
I was just saying I am present. I was just having a challenge joining, but I am here now.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Can we have a move and a second for the adoption of the agenda?
Mr. Mbuyani, Chair.
Honorable Mbuyani.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. I move that we adopt the agenda as reflected. Thank you.
Thank you. Second for the adoption.
Recording
of
in progress.
Can we have a seconder to that proposal that we adopt the agenda, please, members? Honorable Motaung.
Thanks, Chair. I second the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much. And with that agenda being adopted, over to you, Minister, to take us through this briefing. Thank you.
Well, first, thank you very much, Chairperson, and also good morning to the officials from Parliament and from the department who are present this morning. Chairperson, the presentation that we will be taking the committee through is unusual in a few respects. The first is that it covers a 6-month period, that we have separated out the report in such a way that the Portfolio Committee would be able to see the work that was done in Q1 and Q2. But we've also tried to combine it to give something of a half-year view of the work of the department. Perhaps more significantly, the report has the compliance requirements. In other words, it sets out what are all the key performance indicators that the department has in place. And honourable members will recall that from the annual performance plan. And then it takes the committee through how the department has done from a compliance point against all of those key performance indicators. But of course, as I had indicated to the committee when we were reviewing and redoing the annual performance plan, we want to move beyond only looking at compliance, important as it is, and begin to identify the impact of the work of the department. And in the new annual performance plan, some of that is set out as the goal that we're seeking to pursue. So this is the first report in the new reporting cycle for the current financial year's APP. And so we've had to reorganize how we collect data and how we do the work. And I must say there's been some real stars in the department that have really pulled together the information in quite a coherent way. And I'd like to extend my appreciation to that team of officials that have done quite a bit of work. So what we've done, Chairperson, is we've circulated to the committee the compliance part of the report, which is the one that goes to the different parts of the state and will then be part of our report. But we were working yesterday and the preceding week on trying to pull together more of a impact outcome part of the work. And we would want to, today is really the first time that it's being done in this way by the department. We hope that the committee will find some of the way in which the information is organized to be helpful. And we certainly want to build on this approach for Q3 and Q4, where we hope with the additional learnings that the department is going through, that we'd be able to improve further on the work that has been done. I'm going to ask Tsulu just to put the document on the screen. And this document incorporates not only the performance that relates to compliance, but also the, let's call it a more impact-related report. And if we go to the first slide, that gives an overview of the way in which the work is organized, with a broader introduction and a 6-month overview. And then we also wanted to indicate some work that we're doing in areas like international relations, master plans, and trade and competition. We've taken a number of case studies for both quarters. They're just over 50 case studies. And then we go to the compliance part. Let's call it the more traditional report that the committee would ordinarily receive, which would be the first quarter APP performance and the second quarter APP performance. And then we wrap up with the financial performance. I'd like to, as I indicate, appreciate the work that Shabir Khan and the team has been doing in pulling together the financial information within a relatively short time. We normally give ourselves a little bit more time, but because the second quarter ended exactly a month ago, the team has had to put more effort in and burn the candle, as they say, at both ends. So just by way of introducing it, honorable members will know that the APP has to address, or seeks to address, the challenges we know: unemployment, poverty, and inequality, through improved economic performance and inclusive growth. That the work of the DTIC for this financial year has been boiled down to 3 core areas: industrialization, transformation, and building state capability. And we're trying now increasingly to get better coordination within the department and then between the department and its various entities. In the annual performance plan itself, there are 151 key performance indicators, and they set out the work in those areas that the DTIC has a measure of control in what it can do. But those measures are with an outcome in mind. And the APP identifies a number of key outcomes: investment, that we seek to increase pledges, not only what people commit, but also how we can help to navigate the challenges that investors have so that they can realize those investment plans. And we wanted to set across the department pledges of at least 120 billion rand for the department and its various entities in this period. On local output, we're seeking to achieve at least a 40 billion rand per annum average over the next 5 years. We've set ourselves the goal of 200 billion rand by year 5 as the additional local output. We wanted to administer incentive support of some 22 billion rand across the various platforms. It's the IDC, the NEF, and the DTIC. We wanted to strengthen our work on exports, and in the context of difficult circumstances, still achieve at least 600 billion rand in manufactured exports to the rest of the world. And we want to place increasingly jobs at the center of DTIC work, the programs that we do, and we're trying to measure more and more the impact of that jobs. The next slide makes the point that this is the first report under the new format for this financial year, and it constitutes a shift. We used to measure activities. Now we're seeking to say, we still have to do those activities because the activities give you the impact and outcome. But let's begin to measure where we are with the impact and outcome in various sectors, and look at things like jobs, like manufacturing, local content, investment, industrial funding, and budget vote commitments. We've selected a large number of case studies, and yet they represent a small percentage of the overall case studies within the DTIC group. And they've been chosen to illustrate the work done by the DTIC over the reporting period. In the next slide, we look at the global growth context. Honorable members will see here the projections by the International Monetary Fund, and it has a global growth that was projected at 6% for 2021. And then well, that's the revised figure after changes were made to the original projection of the IMF. For 2022, the projection, which is not obviously yet final, brings global growth down very substantially to 3.2%. And for 2023, the current projection of the IMF indicates an expectation that growth will drop further. And then they've indicated growth in various regions, like the Euro area, the Middle East and Central Asia, emerging and developing Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America and the Caribbean, and then, of course, given its size, the United States. And if we go to the next slide, what we connecting is the global growth outlook, which is fairly negative. It's about slowing growth. A number of big economies have spoken about the prospect, maybe the likelihood of the world going into recession, or the large economies going into recession next year. And so the global growth outlook, therefore, has quite a significant impact on investment, because investors anticipate what will happen in the demand side of the economy, which of course is affected by global growth, and then they adjust their investment decisions in light of that. And we've provided the committee with foreign direct investment trends in 2022 for Q1 and for Q2, and the average. And honorable members will see a decline in the average growth rate compared to 2021. This is now in investment that's flowing into the real economy. And the decrease is particularly pronounced in developed economies. And given our exposure to developed economies with the export basket that we have, it's an area that we've got to keep a real eye on. There are a number of factors that have impacted the global growth outlook. We pull out 3: substantially higher inflation in many countries with aggressive interest rate increases, particularly in the US, the EU, and the UK. The significant slowdown in China. China's retained a program of very substantial COVID-19 lockdowns, and that has contributed to a very, very significant reduction in their growth. And then the war in Ukraine has resulted in big price shocks in both global food and energy markets. The next slide. It points to some of the domestic challenges. The South African economy, of course, is affected by these global developments, including through inflationary pressures, export market weaknesses, and exchange rate volatility. Each of these are ones that the authorities, the Reserve Bank in particular, keep a fairly careful eye on. In addition to these global impacts that has affected the economy, there are also in quarter one and quarter two, the economy has been negatively impacted by a number of domestic factors. First, the floods in April, which was at the start of the reporting period, affected large parts of KZN, which is a key manufacturing backbone, but also quite an important logistics hub for South Africa. Most of our goods are along the highway from Johannesburg to eThekwini. We've had an extended period of load shedding, which has significantly impacted on manufacturing production and on business confidence. And finally, the emerging inflationary pressures, which were imported inflation, meaning our high oil prices, food prices, have changed the speed with which we've seen shifts in the internal composition of the consumer price index. So to put it very clearly, that I think all members would have experienced is prices have risen quite substantially, and the Reserve Bank has responded to it. The next slide is a photograph that was taken from the air of the Toyota plant in KZN at one point during the floods, and honorable members will see the rising waters. And I visited the plant, and it was quite an incredible story of damage, with the average water across the entire complex. And it's a huge plant with many different buildings and sections and so on. But it was at least knee deep, at parts waist deep. And because of the structure of the plant, in many cases, there are these pits that work is done so that workers would work from below to the vehicle that is hoisted just above them. And in one particular pit, the water was 5 meters deep. So the damage there, when we spoke to Toyota, they said if you take the entire ecosystem of Toyota into account, not just the plant, but their suppliers, their customers, then they believe that the damage could be quite close to 20 billion rand. This is one value chain, and that's not all of the damage that was done by the floods in KZN. And it's highlighted the challenge of climate change. The next slide provides a little bit more picture evidence of parts of KZN damaged by the floods. The next slide provides a little bit of information that one of the media outlets has collated, and which sets out, it's an interesting take on load shedding. And what it does, it takes a number of years from 2015 to 2022, and it looks at the hours of national load shedding. Now, I haven't independently fact-checked this through the department or through government, but I thought it is useful in just showing the work that has been done by a group of private researchers that indicates how the economy has been affected. And if honorable members look at the graph, what it indicates, if we look at the very bottom one, I think what that would indicate, and that's probably 2018, is that the cumulative hours is relatively modest compared to other years that are measured. But if you look at the red line, that is 2022, and the impact of load shedding, of course, on the manufacturing sector is very substantial. So whether anyone disputes small points on this graph, nonetheless, I think that the general trend line is very clear that energy is becoming a big part of the storyline for 2022. The next slide begins to look at the domestic investment developments, the increase in total investment, which has been modest. The graph shows it a bit more clearly. While we're still in the positive territory, it's nowhere close to what is required to be able to lift our structural rate of growth in the long run. But we have seen increasing work on domestic investment. The next slide. Now, in this section, honorable members, we will go through some of the key, let's call it, impact and outcome of the individual work that is set out in the APP. So there would be meetings or reports or action minutes or so on, and they all are intended to have an outcome. So this now begins to provide a little insight into the outcome. The first area we looked at is investment. Investment is vital because when people build factories or they sink new mining shafts or they expand renewable energy, wind farms or solar plants, the size of the economy rises, the number of jobs increase, the tax take of government improves, which provides resources for education, healthcare, and community development. So investment is a key matter to look at. And what we're doing now is, in a broadly declining environment around investment globally, honorable members will recall the previous slide where it showed still a very challenging investment climate for particularly cross-border investment flows across the world. Our work is cut out for us, that we should not really just point to that. We've got to do more to be able to lift the level of investment in South Africa. So in the 2 quarters, the work done across the department has been aggregated, and when we add all of the work together, about 66 billion rands worth of investments have been attracted or facilitated. Our annual goal was to reach 120 billion rand, mainly private sector investment during the 12-month period. And so we work with private firms to enable pledge investment to be realized. And the period that we've covered with the 66 billion is the 6 months since 1 April, with whatever information is available, because obviously we're fairly close to the end of Q2. There may be some additional information that becomes available that can add or color the picture in somewhat. So that's the overall story on investment. The next slide breaks up a little bit the target that the department had set for itself and the DTIC group over this period. And honorable members will see in Q1, the target was 10 billion as the department gets its operations going in the new financial year, and the achievement was 15.3 billion. In Q2, the target was 20 billion, and just over 50 billion was secured. Now, a lot of this is assisted by investor challenges that are unblocked or addressed by Invest South Africa. And some of that will come out a little bit later in the report. Next slide. This just highlights 8 investments that were publicly launched in Q1 and Q2. And these 8 amount to about just over 14 billion rand. The biggest of them was the Sapicycle plant expansion in Umkomaas in KwaZulu-Natal that was launched in September. It accounts for 7.7 billion rand. And we've got a case study on it, which we'll come to later in the presentation. The second one was a furnace that Consol, the glass manufacturer, installed at its plant in Nigel, and that accounted for 1.5 billion rand. There was a launch by Met Air of an automotive manufacturing plant in Kwadukuza in KZN, which accounted for 1.4 billion rand. And then Google's Equiano subsea cable was launched in Cape Town, and the portion in this period that Google ascribes to as investment spending was 1.4 billion rand. The Isuzu D-Max Bakkie was launched in Gqeberha in April, and that had an investment price tag of 1.2 billion rand. Kerry Foods launched a food facility in Hammersdale in May, and that was 650 million rand. Sandvik launched the capital equipment plant in Ekurhuleni in September. That accounted for 350 million rand. And Sigma launched its call center facility in Mitchells Plain in July with a investment spend of 267 million rand. Most of these, if not all of these, will be case studies that will come up later, which will give members a better sense of what they involve. The next slide. This now shifts away from investment. This looks at the incentives that's available within the DTIC group and what have we been able to get as either approvals of project proposals by private sector firms, or even better, monies that are dispersed, where it leaves the bank accounts of the public entities and it goes to the private firms and it can be used by them. And so in this slide, we've leveraged the DTIC group funding instruments. That's the work on industrial financing and the competitiveness enhancement programs. And it covers the IDC and the NEF. We've also taken into account in the slide where we've been able to get money allocated from programs of the DTIC, like the Equity Equivalent Investment Program and the Automotive Industry Transformation Fund and the Competition Managed Funds. But we have excluded from here anything that is related to trade rebates or trade measures, because they have a different instrument that works differently. And for the 6-month period, the data is set out that in incentives that were enabled by the DTIC over this 6-month period amounted to 14 billion rand, and 12.6 billion rand was actually dispersed. The next slide narrows the focus, and it excludes external parties like the JP Morgan Fund and the Auto Fund, and it only looks at the money that is directly within the control of the DTIC group. That's the department, the IDC, and the NEF. And the value of the approvals of more than 300 projects in these 2 quarters amounted to 12.5 billion rand. And the value of the incentives disbursed in these 2 quarters amounted to 12 billion against the annual target of 22 billion rand. We indicate that the projects are located in 23 of the country's municipal districts, and 11 of these are from largely rural districts. The impact of this on local output is driven by the steel industry, motor vehicle parts, renewable energy components, and poultry are some examples of it. The next slide. moves from incentives to mergers. Mergers are quite an important way in which firms consolidate their operations, increase their size, and it can, in particular instances, have a very positive effect in growing businesses. It's you can either grow organically or grow because you're expanding your own market share, or you can grow because you buy out another company. When you buy out a competitor or a company connected to your ecosystem, there are typically quite important competition considerations that come in. But in the South African law, there's also a public interest consideration that the Act sets out. And the department has a responsibility to look at that. There were 23 mergers that the ministry participated based on public interest considerations. Some of these are still going through the merger processes, and there were 12 large and let's call them medium-sized mergers that were approved by the competition authorities in which the ministry participated during these 2 quarters. And there's a little breakdown in the box at the bottom of the slide. It indicates for Q1 how many merger notifications were received, how many did the department and the ministry participate in based on public interest considerations. And those considerations are things like jobs, like transformation and worker ownership, like the impact it has on associated industries. The same information is provided for Q2. And the next slide takes the storyline a little bit further for the competition authorities by pointing to the other work that they do. There's a major market inquiry that the Competition Commission has done on what we can call the new economy. These are online platforms like the ones that you can buy computers and groceries, or the ones that you can book accommodation and go and stay at a B&B, or the ones that you can buy cars. There are many different online platforms. They've simplified life for South Africans. They've made it possible for us to do so much more, so much quicker, but they have quite significant competition implications. And the Competition Commission has done an investigation. It's given all the players an opportunity to make submissions, and it's published its preliminary results in its provisional report. It's now engaging with the players, and as soon as that is completed, it will then publish its report. This is quite a significant report, not only because this is quite an important sector, it's the growing sector in all modern economies. But in addition to that, it's the first time that the Competition Commission is doing a market inquiry under the new provisions of the Competition Amendment Act. And honorable members may recall that Parliament amended the Competition Act very, very substantially in 2018 and 2019. And the new provisions are being tested for the first time in this important market inquiry. The next slide provides information on a second market inquiry in Q2 that the Competition Commission will be commencing. These inquiries typically take 18 months to complete. And so the Commission has published the draft terms of reference in August, and they want to look at various challenges faced by fresh produce farmers and particularly small-scale farmers. And those would be things like access to finance and technical support, lack of market access. Sometimes small players will complain that they can't get access to large supermarkets, or they can't get access to fertilizers or seeds or day-old chicks. And all of these are part of the agro-processing sector. This market inquiry won't look at all of agro-processing. It will look specifically at the fresh produce sector and see, are there any practices or structural features that limit small businesses and new entrants from coming into those markets. The next slide is quite an important piece of work done by the Competition Commission, where they monitor food prices, because food inflation is a big concern. And the latest report was published in August. It highlights some of the drivers of food inflation. And in this particular report, it expands on the previous analysis on concentration in the sunflower oil value chain, and it extends it to the price of cooking oil at wholesale and retail levels. And it included the risk of any particular firm opportunistically increasing its prices, because everybody knows that prices are rising globally. What the Commission did find is that there's not been a significant increase in the price of fruit and veg in recent months, in the last few months, that it's been mainly tomatoes where there's been price volatility. So these things vary every time the report comes out. It gives a new insight into what's happened to prices. The next slide. This points to what is commonly called dawn raids by the Competition Commission, where the 8 major long-term insurance companies were raided. And this was conducted by the Commission on the 25th of August in Gauteng, KZN, in the Western Cape. And the Commission was following up on its suspicion that there could be collusive practices, collusion, to fix prices or trading condition for fees for investment products such as retirement annuities, life insurance, cover for chronic medical conditions and disability, life cover and funeral assistance benefits. So this investigation is ongoing, and the only thing that the Commission can indicate at the moment, of course, is that it's conducted these search and seizure operations, as it's called. The next slide. Just point to some institutional issues that Ms. Doris Tsepe was appointed Commissioner of the Competition Commission with effect from 1 September 2022. This follows a handing over period with her predecessor. We indicate her professional qualifications and participation previously on an expert panel on amendments to the Competition Act. And with her appointment, we now have 2 women leading the 2 competition authorities that are responsible to the DTIC, because Ms. Mondo Mazwai serves as chairperson of the Competition Tribunal. And in both of these institutions, the institutions have a reputation globally of really being innovative and very, very effective. The next slide shifts us from competition issues to production outcomes. And we've just taken the production in the automotive sector and the information that has been collated by the department, that the total value of motor vehicles and components manufactured in these two quarters amounted to 114 billion rand, and that the total value of exports and domestic sales are broken down for the quarters. In future reports, we would be looking also at tracking things like the number of vehicles produced, and we do already track jobs, as honorable members will see a bit later. The next slide makes the point that in this period, we've also adjusted the incentive program and the master plan elements. We signed into law the amended APDP regulations in August, and the duty credit certificates are really a very important part of supporting the sector. It enables manufacturers to grow production volumes, to increase local components in each vehicle that's driven, and contribute to jobs in the sector. The next slide. This now looks at exports more generally beyond the auto industry. We had set ourselves the target of 600 billion rand in manufactured exports for the year. In the 5 months, the data for September is not yet available. In the 5 months up to August, manufactured exports of 329 billion rand was achieved and reflected on the SARS database. The next slide shows this by quarter, what the data showed in Q1 and in Q2. And then it also provides information on the progress against the annual target. So the exports are now 55% of the annual target over a 5-month period. So barring a major challenge in the remaining period of this financial year, we are hopeful that we can achieve the annual target. The next slide breaks the export data into a very interesting reflection. We asked ourselves the question, where are we doing better? What are the products that we're able to achieve more? And in a bit of a research project that was done, we looked at the export compared to the last 10 years. And the sectors that posted their best export results in a decade, there were 31 large export commodities that had their best ever performance over a 10-year period. And those include, for example, the export of fresh apples that crossed the 3 billion rand threshold for the first time, making South Africa the 5th largest exporter globally last year. The exports of sunflower oil that surpassed the 1 billion rand in exports for the first time, with major markets like the United Arab Emirates, Spain, Malaysia, Australia, and the UK. And they became significant buyers for the first time. And then following years of instability, we saw exports of flat roll steel broke export records for the 4th time in the last 5 quarters. We saw export of soups and broths that reached an all-time high, driven by an expansion into markets into the rest of Africa, including Mozambique, Botswana, Namibia, and Nigeria. There were 13 export markets that had their best export quarter in a decade, including to major markets like India, Japan, Morocco, Italy, and the Netherlands. So here we've just taken the data for Q1 because global data is not available yet for Q2 at this level of aggregation. The next slide provides information on, we took a number of DTIC programs, the industrial financing one, the export one, the ITAC work, and the work of the ECIC. So this doesn't cover all of the DTIC's work. I just took those 4. And those 4 supported 22 billion rands worth of exports. 18.7 billion was done through provision of import duty rebates and drawbacks of customs duties for local manufacturers. 1.1 billion rand was supported through provision of industrial financing for projects. 33 million was through exhibitions and missions. 566 million rand was through the insurance risk cover that's provided for export transactions. And 1.9 billion rand was generated not from things that we sell that you can touch and feel and hold in your hand, but from the global business services projects. Those would be things like your call centers that provides digital services or that provides voice services globally. And all of these are gross figures. We've done the same for Q2. The Q2 figures is on the next slide. It's 20.7 billion rand for these 4 DTIC programs for the quarter, and it's also broken down into similar headings. The next slide just breaks down our marketing. Now, up to now, we've measured the successes of our exhibitions and missions by saying how many missions we had and how many people participated. And then the next part became how many women are we bringing in, how many young people are we bringing in. But we're shifting that now. I've asked the team that we do need to measure the value of export orders that are achieved. Now, it's a challenging one because a person may go to an exhibition in Q1, but begin to land business a year later or 2 years later, because you often have to work very closely with an export agent or an import agent on the other side of your transaction. But nonetheless, the team is now beginning to track this, and they've shown that just by beginning to bring this in, we can see what we're doing. If honorable members look at the last few slides, you'll see 5 missions and exhibitions delivered 33.8 million in export orders. We're also tracking, are we also getting Black South Africans into exports? It's an important part of shifting the focus and the narrative around transformation, that we want transformation to be a tool also of growth, of expanding the economy, of creating jobs, and of boosting exports to the rest of the world. So we'll be monitoring this to make sure that we are able to make this big shift, that Black South Africans are not don't only see opportunities in their domestic market and through state procurement, but that we begin to sell goods to businesses in many different parts of the world. The next slide. This is an interesting slide because we asked the question, how can we be sure that we are not only supporting Joburg, Cape Town, Tshwane, and eThekwini? They're important. They're your big engines of the economy, and we should protect and support them. But there are millions of South Africans outside of those main metro areas. And so the team has begun to collect information that shows, if you look just at missions and exhibitions, where do we draw our people from? And 17 companies came from non-metro districts in Q1, and 8 from 7 non-metro districts in Q2. Then we also looked at the other metros, the metros that are not your very large metros. So excluding these 4 that I've mentioned, Joburg, Cape Town, Tshwane, and eThekwini. And we see there 12 companies participated in Q1 and 11 companies in Q2. And the little table there provides information. So members would see that the non-metro districts, we had Bojanala, for example, or Kakadu district municipality in Q1. We had Capricorn and West Rand in Q2. So it's really just to get the department's personnel to see the importance of moving out of the areas that we used to and that we've done much of our work in the past, which is the main metros. The next slide provides information on the work of the ECIC. They provide a risk cover to businesses who export to the rest of the world. And one of the things that they do is they put conditions into the risk cover that requires local products to be used by those companies, so that if we're going to make available really public resources that we can see a benefit to South Africans. And they've reported that companies that they've supported in Q1 and Q2 generated South African goods and services worth 1.1 billion rand. So the companies would be doing their products, their service, their orders would be to another country, but a lot of that work would be done here in South Africa. For example, building materials, construction equipment, mining equipment, water tanks, water pipes, electrical equipment, plumbing materials, and so on. The next slide looks at the level of insurance cover in Q1, and it amounted to 137 million. The next slide provides information on local output. This is work in progress, and it's one of the most interesting parts of the work that the department will be doing for Q3 and Q4, which is to measure the impact of additional local industrial output. So we've just taken 4 projects here to begin to illustrate the kind of impact that we can have. And there are, of course, more than 100 projects that will be evaluated, and we look at the value addition. And so the DTIC will develop a more detailed metric on localization, but for these 4 projects, 4.4 billion rand in additional local output was recorded. Now, some of this is where construction is taking place now, and we'll see the impact down the line. So the pledges have been made, or the financing have been provided, or the agreements have been reached, and we'll then see the increased local output as these projects mature. These 4 projects that we looked at includes Shoprite Checkers, which is still subject to regulatory approval, Consol and Estron, as well as the new production at Highveld Steel. And in the report itself that we're tabling today, there are many other examples of increased local output that we're going to aggregate. We just didn't have enough time to aggregate a bigger sample. I had hoped we could get 10 projects that we would calculate it, but that would be the work that we can do in Q3 and 4. The next slide just points a little bit of information to the Estron energy project, where they're basically increasing the output of the refinery by 15,000 barrels of production a day. They expect that the refinery may start up as early as December. And depending on the price of oil, this could add 1.4 billion rand into the localization effort in South Africa. And then it also has the effect of reducing the country's fuel imports and positively impacting on our balance of payments. So there's examples of the construction happening, and this came as a result of a condition put into the merger a number of years back, where this was the old Caltex. The next slide looks at Consol Glass. We'll come more to Consol Glass a little bit later. There's a whole case study on it. There's also Massmart Shoprite merger and the ArcelorMittal rail and structural steel plant. In fact, I went to the structural steel plant, and in Q3, we'll be able to report even higher figures, given the fact that in Q3, a whole new plant has been opened in Highveld Steel. The next slide provides the first work on the jobs impact. And it's like localization, it will become an improved version of this will be done in future reports. But we looked at the impact of master plans. How many workers do these various master plans cover? In the case of poultry and sugar, it's 136,000. For the GBS, that's the Global Business Services master plans, the sector has got about 82,000 workers. The auto master plan, just over 100,000. The clothing and furniture master plans, 121,000, and steel, 176,000. Now, of course, these are the the formal sector numbers, there are additional workers in the informal sector which are not counted, and that amounts to just over 600,000 workers that are covered by the work of the DTIC on the master plans. The next slide provides little snapshot selected indicators of jobs in different sectors like film, jobs that are actively in the 2 quarters where payments were made through the GBS, competition settlements that are still valid. 43,000 workers are covered by that. Some factory interventions will come later to those, but the 2 big ones are Ashton, Langeberg, and the Sandvik one. And then workers covered by trade interventions and past anti-dumping and safeguard duties. Some initial work has been done on that. We'll be expanding that and looking at the cumulative effect of all the measures that are still in place. But that alone in Q1 covered 25,000 workers on the trade side. The next slide looks at worker ownership. There were 7 transactions in this 6-month period covering 106,000 workers. Consol reached an agreement with the department on worker ownership, and it covers just over 2,000 workers. ARM Bokoni covers 2,500 workers. There are 3 transactions that are still going through merger processes, meaning the tribunal must still sign off on them. It's Shoprite, Checkers, Implats, and Heineken, but they're very significant in numbers. So we've just reflected them because the work took place in these 2 quarters, but the decision will only be taken in Q3 or Q4. And of course, these some of the data may then be affected by it. Ster-Kinekor had an ESOP that they indicated they would introduce, and Digital Titan reached an agreement and it was approved by the tribunal that covers 227 workers. The next slide looks at job retention. Again, this is a few examples and not all of the work that the department is doing, but it's to highlight 4 transactions covering 1,700 jobs. And this would be where a merger saved 300 jobs in the Van der Bijl Park area, where a business rescue merger saved 860 jobs, where a firm was in distress and a merger saved 155 jobs in Saldanha, and where a merger will result in 330 new jobs. And over 42,000 jobs were supported and monitored in terms of commitments made in past competition mergers. The next slide just indicates some areas where work has been done on transformation to build a broader base to the economy. There's a legal sector charter that was published for comment. It was prepared by the Department of Justice and a team of people that Minister Ronald Lamola had put in place. So our job was really just to publish it for comment and then to evaluate the public comment as it comes in. We've hosted the Black Industrialist Conference. There will be a special presentation to the committee in due course on it. The Black Exporters Network was launched. There were a number of competition interventions that had transformation elements in them. The Black Industrialist programs of the IDC, NEF, and the DTIC were in place, and there were institutional measures that were taken covering the council and the commission. The next slide then looks at entity governance over this 6-month period. 51 appointments were made in this period. They covered the National Lotteries Commission, the Financial Standards Reporting Council, the National Consumer Tribunal, the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, the Competition Commission, the Broad-Based BEE Council, and the Broad-Based BEE Commission. 4 were executive positions in the sense of commissioners, and 47 were board members that were appointed. The next slide takes us to one of these, which is the NLC. 4 new board members were appointed. There's a new board chairperson that was appointed, and an acting commissioner. This had been reported previously. The next slide. This looks just at some of the work that the entity governance had undertaken. The committee will be familiar with it, from a moratorium on all proactive funding to forensic auditors that was appointed, to legal contracts and IT contracts that were terminated, all dealing with how to clean up the NLC. The next slide provides some information on the broad-based BEE Council. Following advice we had offered the president, a council was put in place, 14 members, and honorable members will see a wide spread of skills, experience, and expertise that is set out in there. Ms. Gloria Serobi, a veteran of Black business, is one example, and a number of other well-known people in the business community or in academia that are included there. The next slide provides information on the Financial Standards Reporting Council. They a body set up in terms of the Companies Act. They do important work in advising the ministry on matters relating to financial reporting standards and in the making of regulations on financial reporting standards. They're led by Dr. Len Kona, and they've been appointed for a 3-year period. And honorable members will see a number of prominent South Africans on that council, 17 in all, and it was quite a rigorous process to appoint these. We liaised very widely. We consulted with many, many institutions, from the Johannesburg Stock Exchange to people in the accounting profession, the legal profession. It was a thorough exercise to identify people of a broad range of experience that can contribute to the work of the council. The next slide provides information on the appointments of the National Consumer Tribunal. We've appointed Trevor Bailey as the chairperson and Mfundo Maseti as the deputy chairperson. And there's a number of people that will now make up the panel from which the tribunal would draw its members. A number of them have legal skills. Some of them have quite significant academic background and experience also. The next slide looks at key entity appointments. The CIPC Commissioner, Advocate Rory Voller, was appointed for a further period, serving second term as Commissioner of the CIPC. The B Commissioner was appointed, Mr. Sediso Matona, following consultation with the Portfolio and Select Committees. And the Competition Commissioner was appointed, Ms. Doris Tsepe, and we've provided some information earlier on her background. Moving on from governance, entity governance, to engagements with Parliament. In Q1, there were 8 presentations that were put there, although I only see 7 on the screen. But honorable members will be very familiar with these, because these were the presentations made either to the Portfolio Committee or to the Select Committee. And it would deal with things like the Retail Clothing Master Plan, the support for Black industrialists, the incentive support for industrial infrastructure projects, and so on. The next slide provides similar information for Q2, where a number of different presentations were made. Rollout of one-stop shops, the scrap metal presentation, and engagement with the downstream sugar industry as 3 examples. And then, of course, the big one in that quarter was the presentations dealing with aspects of the NLC also, that was presented to the Portfolio Committee. The next slide just really to lighten the mood a little bit, I thought I would point out the kind of work we do. This is one of many examples where we approve the logo for the Rugby World Cup Sevens tournament in terms of the Merchandise Marks Act. So there's quite a bit of work. It means they would apply, we'd put out normally a call for public comments. We'll have to check that there's no reason in terms of the law why it can't be done. There'll be an engagement with them on the terms of the approval of the logos, and then eventually it would be gazetted. And in this case, the Rugby World Cup Sevens was hosted in South Africa in September, and the name was made a protected event in terms of Section 15A of the Act. And we've done similar things previously with the British and Irish Lions Tour in 2021. We did it also with the Border Management Agency's logos, and this is an area of work that is not normally reported on. The next slide now goes to key international engagement. I'm going to run fairly rapidly through these, but they're an important part of our work. The next slide provides information on the work that we've done on different aspects of our international engagement. And I'm going to just wait for the slide to move to the first new slide under part 2. There we are. It's the German state visit. And the slide is not as punctual as things were at the German state visit. But Chancellor Olaf Scholz led a German government and business delegation for a state visit on 24 May. We held official talks at the Union buildings covering trade, investment, climate change, and other areas of potential collaboration. Germany is a major investor and a major trading partner for South Africa, and we want to get greater value addition in our export basket. Our manufactured products that we sell to Germany include cars, components, and steel. And on the right-hand side, there are these 2 boxes showing what we import from Germany, not surprisingly: car parts, inorganic chemicals, engines and turbines, cars themselves, electronic circuits, pharmaceuticals, measuring equipment, tractors, AV equipment, pumps, more chemicals and medical devices. And what we sell to Germany would be platinum group metals, cars, precious metal ores and concentrates, iron ores and concentrates, catalytic converters and the centrifuges, trucks, aluminium, coal, grapes, chemicals outside, also engines and turbines, and citrus. And it's trying to get that basket that we don't only want to sell mining products, we want to have a rounded basket. And we've made some success in the car area in selling cars to Germany, which is like selling ice to people near the North Pole. But we hope we can do more to diversify our basket. Honorable Tring, one has to be very cautious nowadays with how people are described. So that's why I cut short my my analogy there. The next slide provides information on 2 big events with Botswana. Botswana is one of our biggest and most important trading partners on the African continent, accounting for both exports of things that we make, but also re-exports, where we import things into South Africa, package them, and then they get exported to Botswana. So a big part of our trade is in the second category too. There were 2 major events. The first was the South Africa-Botswana Binational Commission in April in Pretoria, led by the 2 presidents. We had binational bilateral meetings with my counterpart, and then all the ministers met with their counterparts in a joint meeting to look at the economic and strategic relationships, and then the 2 presidents chaired the formal talks. We also then went to Botswana in August for a Botswana-South Africa business forum and a roundtable. 56 South African firms attended. My colleague and I hosted a business forum. The two presidents that engaged with the business community, and we had a marketplace showcasing South African products and products from Botswana. The next slide just gives some pictures that will indicate the kind of look and feel of the marketplace and the event itself. And at the time, masks were still mandatory in Botswana. And honorable members will see from the pictures that the business forum was also an opportunity for CEOs to share perspectives with government leaders. Next slide is a state visit from the president of Côte d'Ivoire to South Africa. And this is part of our effort to deepen trade between African countries. And we hosted this state visit by President Alassane Ouattara from Côte d'Ivoire in July. We had bilateral meetings, we had official talks chaired by the two presidents. We signed an MOU on economic cooperation, and we had a business forum with a number of firms from both companies. South Africa exported about 1.6 billion rands worth of goods to Côte d'Ivoire last year. They were a mix of manufactured and food products. The market in West Africa is large, and Côte d'Ivoire is growing very fast, creating significant demand for capital, input, and consumer goods. So we really want to work closely. We've looked at pharmaceuticals and medical products from South Africa's side, including machinery, sugar, frozen fish, automobiles. Particularly, I've raised the issue, can we get minibus taxis made in South Africa into the market there? Herbicides and insecticides, polypropylene, TVs and paper. And we can also get South African construction companies providing their services there, because Côte d'Ivoire is investing very actively in infrastructure. Côte d'Ivoire in turn identified petrol, so petroleum oil, palm cakes, cashew nuts, cocoa and cocoa paste, skin creams and rubber as areas that they think they can sell more to us. They're the leading producer of cocoa, and there's an excellent opportunity for building an African chocolate making industry. South Africa's tire producers can also access rubber from Côte d'Ivoire as part of a more integrated auto value chain. The next slide provide information on the SACU ministers meetings and the SACU summit. We had physical meetings in April and 2 in June, which included a SACU summit of heads of state. And we had an investment roundtable in April, looking at agriculture, clothing and textiles and pharmaceuticals. And we had a few virtual meetings also in that period. The next slide provides information on the AFC FTA Council of Ministers meeting that took place in July in Accra. And a number of key decisions were made. We adopted the tariff schedule of Algeria and the combined offer of the East Africa community for preferential trade. We looked at the ministerial directive on specific commitments and adopted it. We looked at Egypt's services offer, the rules of origin manual, the review mechanisms for it, the outstanding tobacco tariff lines, where we adopted rules of origin, similarly with sugar, and we did work on the technical barriers to trade, and we looked at a dedicated session on the draft AFC FTA regulations on SEZs and the outstanding rules of origin. The next slide providing just a little picture of us negotiating text that's projected on the screen and countries then making amendments to these. Next slide is the BRICS ministerial meetings. In the 6-month period, all the BRICS meetings were virtual. We had an industry ministers meeting in May, a trade ministers in June, a business forum in June also, and the summit was towards the end of June in South Africa, will chair BRICS next year. So a lot of the meetings will take place in South Africa. Next slide. So WTO trade negotiations will be reporting more in more detail at the meeting, one of the meetings of the Portfolio Committee. But this just indicates that we had the 12th Ministerial Conference in Geneva, that South Africa and India led minister-level talks to waive intellectual property rights, resulting in very significant negotiation of text. And we highlight 5 key outcomes of the conference. After many years of no meetings and deadlocks, we were able to get 5 meaningful agreements covering intellectual property rights, fishing, export restriction on food products, customs duties on e-commerce, and at least the terms of reference of the WTO. We took a picture of the negotiation, and sitting right at the center of the negotiation is the DTI official, who is our ambassador, the WTO ambassador, Mulumbi Peter, and in red next to her is the US ambassador at the WTO, and honorable sharp-eyed members of the committee will spot Nikki and Mustaqim and others in the picture as they haggle over a line of text or a word. The next slide then goes to the G20 Trade Ministers meeting, which we held in Indonesia on 21 to 22 September. We looked at a range of issues, including reform of the global trading system and how to achieve our sustainable development goals, investment, inclusive industrialization, where we looked at the experiences of different G20 countries. And some of the experience of Indonesia was particularly interesting. And then a response to pandemics, to digital trade, and to global value chains. And a number of bilateral meetings were held between South Africa and G20 members. The next slide provides information on various bilaterals that took place at ministerial level. These are just the physical meetings. They exclude the virtual meetings. And I met my counterparts over the 6-month period from Japan, Botswana, the United States, the EU, India, Argentina, Turkey, Canada, Singapore, Spain, Indonesia, Cote d'Ivoire, Saudi Arabia, the United Kingdom, Egypt, Ghana, Nigeria, Germany, Namibia, Lesotho and Eswatini, and Cambodia. The next slide then provides information on the master plans. Because of time, Chair, if I can go very, very rapidly through it, really a quick tour of it. I'm sure there'll be more opportunity to go to some of these. Looking at Master Plan 1 on clothing, textile, and footwear, the jobs that were sustained, the output committed by different entities to local producers, and on transformation, bringing more women-owned and Black-owned businesses in the clothing industry. The next slide provides more information on the clothing sector, IDC commitments, rebate certificates, the cost reduction per garment that is estimated that can come from the rebate. The next slide provides information on the second on this master plan dealing with jobs. 1,849 increased formal sector jobs that were recorded in the sector over this period. The next slide provides information on the sugar master plan, the funding dispersed to sugarcane growers from the Transformation Fund. This is an industry administered fund, and also 7.7 million rand that has been made available between SASSA and the IDC for a study on the viability of South African sugar to manufacture aviation fuel. The next slide provides more information on the poultry industry. 22.5 million chickens slaughtered per week. The information on the export value and new production capacity that's provided. The next slide goes into a little bit of granular detail on the poultry industry, applications received from the under the Agro-Industrial Fund, and investment pledges by a number of different players in the sector, that Mpumalanga and Eastern Cape are now declared free of aviation flu, and the IDC approved a benchmark study to look at the supply of maize and soya to the poultry industry. The next slide goes to master plan number 4, the auto industry. This indicates the efforts to bring new players and more South Africans into component manufacturing. This is the Transformation Fund and the approvals in the fund. The next slide provides a report on the Automotive Supply Chain Competitiveness Initiative. And of course, in this period, we've also done quite a bit of work on the electric vehicles, and we'll be coming back with the work on that as soon as it's completed. The next slide provides information on master plan number 5, the steel industry. Here, the commitments that companies made, that if they were able to get trade support, that they will deepen their investment and ensure that we find ways to make South African businesses more competitive so that they're not long-term always dependent on trade support. And this information here, for example, of a company, Franke SA, that's made investment to upgrade the stainless steel zinc manufacturing capacity, and SA Steel Pack that's made investment in its aerosol manufacturing line that produces these cans for cooking oils, deodorants, spray paints, and so on. And they've been able to retain 279 jobs. Grinding Media invested 11.6 million to support new production, and all 398 jobs have been retained. The next slide goes into a lot more detail about what's been happening in steel with the Downstream Competitiveness Fund, the Project Management Office, and additional support implemented in Q2. The next slide provides information on the IDC's work, 4.9 billion rand approved transactions in this period that's created 1,224 jobs and saved 182 jobs. The next slide provides information on the Global Business Service Master Plan for this period, and what has been done in different areas on women. 90% of the jobs are for young people, and the new jobs created and retained in the sector based on the support given. The next slide looks at policy interventions. It really deals with something the committee will be familiar with, the work on scrap metal and cable theft, the research that's been done. The next slide provides an overview. Honorable members will be familiar with the next slide, which details the cost, the economic, physical, environmental, health, job costs of cable and metal theft. The next slide provides a brief report on the gazetting process, that a very large number of submissions were received from the public, so it's taken us longer to work through it. And the final package is being drafted for Cabinet's approval. The next slide looks at spatial competition and trade case studies. We go to the first of these new slides. It looks at trade matters. In Q1, we did anti-dumping duties involving welded link chains from China, spades and shovels from China, and cement from Pakistan. We also reduced the import duty on sugar to take account movements in the world price of sugar. There's a formula that we apply when there's a shift in global prices or the exchange rate. That's Q1. Q2, which is the next slide, has a similar one, looking at action taken on frozen potato chips, tires, float glass, fasteners, and PET. There's been again a shift in the movement of sugar, which meant we adjusted, we reduced the duty, and we put in place temporary rebates. That means a reduction in duty in a number of steel products and in various weaponry used for testing purposes. The next slide looks at special economic zones, what has been done in Q1. There's a proud Deputy Minister Majola standing there with a team of people at one of the SEZ areas that is being investigated. But we report on the work done in Dube Trade Port, on the Tswane Automotive Special Economic Zone, and Musina Makado. The next slide provides Q2 work in the East London IDZ, where Draga Safety Zenith started operating, and they had pledged 135 million in plant and equipment. It's the only manufacturing plant that this global company has on the African continent. On the Tswane Auto SEZ, various phases have been completed, and procurement spend on small businesses have been a part of the focus to make sure that we get more of that money flowing in local communities. The next slide provides then information on the Spatial Industrial Development Strategy, which Deputy Minister Gina and Deputy Minister Majola took the committee through. The next slide provides the first of a number of case studies. And what these case studies do is they go beyond the big headlines to see how does it impact on people in a local area. What's the impact in communities? And so this is an example, case study 1, of a company called Ardagh that took over Consular Holdings, and the department negotiated a set of conditions. Honorable members will see the conditions on the right-hand side, that Consul needed to buy recycled glass from black suppliers, localization of bottles and dining glassware, no merger-specific retrenchments for a period, 3 billion rand investment cumulatively, and a worker ownership scheme for 7% of the shares in Consul. And on the left-hand side, honorable members will see quite interesting work where there were new furnaces that will replace 240 kilotons of imported glass every year. That's 2.8 billion rands worth of glass product that we can take out of the import bill. The DTIC also introduced Consul to a number of retailers to see, can we get glass, well, not a cup like this, but transparent glasses that you drink your water out of. All of that we're importing at the moment. So Consul is now looking at, they've got the required tooling to start production of dining glasses. It should be ware as in W-A-R-E, dining ware glass. The next slide takes the Consul story further by providing a little bit of pictures that this was an investment commitment made at the investment conference. There are 1,800 jobs protected, 180 new jobs will be created. It will be localization of glass bottles and table glass, and there's worker ownership in the transformation. The next slide provides more information on individual workers whose lives are impacted. Makoma, Sinosha, Oscar, Bohopane. The next slide will have more South African in there. Nozipo, Mbili, Sean Karlitz. The next slide, more information on Bongani, Simang, Cornelius, Grevar, and what this, and later on we'll tell the stories more clearly, but it begins to connect the work of the department to the lives of ordinary South Africans. The next slide provides information on case study number 2. It's ARM Bokoni Mining and Platinum Mine. And this basically, the mine went into care and maintenance since 2017, and it's now been bought over by ARM Bokoni Mining Consortium, and 2,500 permanent jobs will be created. They've agreed to a Black entrepreneur equity, a worker ownership 5%, a community ownership of 5%, and 2,500 temporary construction jobs will be created in addition to the permanent jobs once the mine is operating. The next slide is case study number 3. It's an interesting merger. It's a small merger involving a ocean mussel company, these mussels that we eat, and that's significant impact on international competitiveness of South African mussel sector and the maintenance of employment and manufacturing in Saldanha Bay. Both target firms had financial constraints, declining demand, high costs, operational inefficiencies. And so this was a consolidation that gives them a combined market share, improve their efficiencies, and they've agreed to protect 155 jobs and create 73 additional jobs, as well as to have transformation in the sector. And had this merger not taken place, these businesses would have collapsed, and the community of Saldanha Bay would have had additional unemployment to contend with. The next case study, number 4, deals with airport services involving ground handling across Africa, South Asia, and the Middle East, and it provides information on one of the players that was that would have created a monopoly, raising very substantial concerns from the Competition Commission, and the Commission imposed a divestiture condition. This is where you're forced to sell off part of the business as a condition for the merger, so that we deal with the issue of economic concentration and the challenge of monopolization in the economy. The next slide now goes into case studies that are not specifically linked to competition, and there are many, so I'm not going to be able to go through all of them in detail, but maybe I have to highlight a few. Corobrick, in May, the facility opened. President Ramaphosa was there. You'll see him in the middle of that picture with a group of excited workers around him. More than 1,000 jobs were created in the construction phase, 100 permanent jobs in the production phase. But they also designed it so that they reduce their gas consumption. They've installed rooftop photovoltaic panels to reduce energy requirements, and they've allocated 26% of the share capital to a worker trust, and they are committing to expand their concrete operations in KwaZulu-Natal. And this was announced in the May budget speech at the DTIC budget vote, and it was also an investment conference commitment. The next slide provides information, just some photos of the ceremony. The next slide looks at a company called Brimus Engineering. It's owned by a Black industrialist. It got support in this period. It will retain 128 jobs, of which 67 are youth, and they're located in the Steve Tshwete municipality. And the facility in Mpumalanga will make use of recycled materials and the treatment of brown water. The next slide deals with case study 7. And this is actually a number of different case studies. We've wrapped them together just to save space in the presentation. Volkswagen is doing a water recycling facility and installing solar PV in its plant. A black industrialist is going to manufacture gas and electric stoves using recycled material, creating 35 or retaining 35 jobs. There's a funding for a prototype to reduce energy consumption in mines, and there's funding for research in bioconversion of organic waste in soya meal and fish meal in the agricultural feed and pet food, so that we reduce greenhouse gas from landfills. So this is part of the green industrialization commitment in the budget vote. The next slide. Case study number 8 is Daliso. It's a company in the detergent, glass, pulp, and paper markets. They produce a sodium sulfate in Pitratif, and all of this replaces imports. They're producing 2,000 tons a month, and this product, the sodium sulfate, is used in detergents, glass, cellulose, and leather and textiles. 25 permanent jobs have been created, half from the Mkondo municipal area. And they'll get to full production, if all goes well, by the second quarter of 2023. This was announced in the 2021 budget vote and in the 2019 investment conference. It's a black industrialist running this business. The next slide is case number 9. It's a fascinating one, the Isuzu Bakkie production. On the 7th of April, the president launched the new D-Max Bakkie in Gqeberha. And the story is very interesting because the factory that they're using used to be the old General Motors, which closed a number of years ago. And we worked with Isuzu, and they decided to take over the entire plant. They scaled up production. They invested 1.2 billion rand that they announced in the 2019 investment conference. And I picked up on this in the 2022 budget vote. They've increased their output from 90 to 110 units per single shift. So this is more localization that we can add to our localization numbers. And this is special industrialization in the Eastern Cape with 1,000 jobs retained. Then there are some pictures on the next slide, providing information, just workers doing the new D-Max Bakkie and posing when the Bakkie was produced. The next slide shows the walkabout on the factory floor and specific workers that spoke to us as we walked through the factory, and also the launch of the car at the local stadium. And then a driver in one of the vehicles who otherwise accessed the President of the Republic. The next slide has more pictures of the plant. The next slide then goes to case study number 10. And this is a social employment fund. This is a new initiative that the IDC is driving as part of the President's employment stimulus that was launched in October in 2020. And they're targeting 50,000 participants who will work for a minimum period of 1 year, about 2 to 3 days a week over that period. And we launched the fund officially on the 3rd of June. We have 28 strategic implementing partners. They will do the work of the community projects. By the end of Q2, 30,000 jobs, or 30,000 people were employed. This will grow further in the period ahead. And we announced this in the DTIC budget vote in May. And the origin is It's part of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, and it's linked to the Social and Solidarity Economy Framework in the department's APP. The next slide provides information on the kind of sectors that we've funded: health, food security, education, greening the environment, gender-based violence, creative and cultural sectors. 70% women in the projects to date. And Eastern Cape is the biggest province in using this, followed by Western Cape, and then KZN and Limpopo. Gauteng is still way behind, and we hope in the next quarter more work will be done with Gauteng. The next slide provides just some pictures of one of the projects that have been visited, this Sungula Farms in Benoni, 33 participants, and what it involves. The next slide goes to the case study 11. This is the 1 millionth polo that was exported by VW, which is the largest industrial employer in Kariga. And we provide information on their work on youth training. In July, they employed 565 trainees as part of the YES program, both internally at VW and in the national dealer network. And this is part of also just providing opportunities for young people. The next slide. This is the launch of the South Africa-Japan Business Forum. It was launched on 6 June, and I was accompanied by the 2 ambassadors, and the forum is intended to address constraints to levels of investment and trade. Japan is a very important trade and investment partner. We export 149 billion rands worth of goods to Japan, while we import 35 billion rands worth of goods. There are 132 Japanese companies operating in South Africa. There's the big names like Nissan, Isuzu, Sumitomo, and Toyota, but also a number of smaller ones. And this forum is to give business an opportunity to engage with government. One of the big challenges has been the visa issue, and we've worked closely with the Department of Home Affairs, and we were able to resolve 69 visa challenges. This was announced at the investment conference and the 2022 budget vote as things that we were planning to do. We've now been able to do it. The next slide provides a little wrap up on the business forum, the agenda of it, and then the history to it, that we visited Japan in 2019. The president went. I also accompanied the president, and we met with a number of business people, and the idea of the business forum came up there. And we then subsequently met in May this year. I met with Minister Iwata Kazuchika, and we agreed the time is ripe to launch it. The next, and we then subsequently signed an MOU with Toyota. The next slide is the Black Exporters Network. On 12 May, we launched this network with 40 industrialists. It's now grown to close to 80. And the network is really intended to help open markets and build on the experience of large companies who can then support these medium-sized Black-owned companies. And these companies are in auto components, food, machinery, doors, clothing, energy, chemicals, plastics, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, furniture, many, many different sectors. And they export already to other Southern African markets, to the European Union, United States, China, Japan, Russia, the UK, Australia, and Canada. The next slide just provides some pictures with the launch of the Black Exporters Network publicly at the Black Industrialists Conference, and then some comments from various Black exporters on how this is working. We're calling it BEN, Black Exporters Network. The next slide covers the study number 14, is the Langeberg and Ashton Food Factory. Tiger Brands announced that they wanted to close it. It was going to mean 250 permanent jobs lost and 4,300 workers who work every season with the canning of the fruit. We set up a team from the department and the IDC, met with the CEO of Tiger Brands. They in turn met with farmers and workers, and eventually Tiger Brands agreed to postpone any decision for another season, which gives us more time to find potential investors. In South Africa, this is a big one. It's saving jobs, it's rural development. We account for 9% of world fruit exports, and it's about maintaining jobs and enabling an opportunity for other investors to come in. The next slide is study 15. This is a very important court case that we won. SARS together with the DTIC were the respondents. SARS had lost a court case at the Gauteng High Court involving the seizure of imported clothing from China, where the companies involved, or a number of companies, had underdeclared the value so that they don't pay the duties. And SARS seized the goods, and the High Court says, no, you can't seize it, you've got to release it. We took that on appeal, and the ministry joined in the appeal, and we provided a lot of information to the court, and some of it is on the slide. And the Supreme Court of Appeal found in favor of government, and SARS now has much greater clarity on its powers. So this is a focus on saving jobs. It links to the clothing master plan. It's about building a capable state and acting against crime and corruption. And it also was highlighted in the 2021 DTIC budget vote, the question of illegal imports. The next slide, case study number 16, provides information on a movie, a film that the DTIC has supported. It's called Silverton Siege. It was released on Freedom Day on 27 April by Netflix to a potential audience of more than 190 countries. I'm told that within the first week, it reached the top 10 in more than 90 countries, and it tells the story of 3 MK cadres who held civilians hostage in the Volkskas Bank in Silverton. And then there were 79 full-time jobs during the production, and a Black South African is the owner of the production house. And this is about telling our stories, but it's also about job creation and the promotion of local cultural outputs, and of course, their export earnings for these kind of projects. The next slide is also a movie, case study number 17, Umbrella Man. It's about what's called the Klopse, or the minstrels in Cape Town. This, we've highlighted the focus on film in the budget vote earlier this year. The next slide tells the story in case study number 18 of building an electrolyte plant. Bushveld Energy is building this plant in East London Industrial Development Zone. It's going to produce 8 million liters of vanadium electrolyte annually, which can be scaled up. And this is a water-based chemical liquid that's used in redox flow batteries. And it's the most expensive component, I'm told, in these batteries that's used to store energy. And the IDC is a partner here. The initial direct employment will be between 50 and 60 workers, which will scale up to 110 as capacity is increased. There's also downstream jobs that can be created. They started construction last year, and they finished the facility in Q2. And the manufacturing plant inside, just getting the machinery and everything, is well advanced. And we hope it will be fully completed by year end, with commissioning next year and production hopefully as early as Q2 next year. So this is also about beneficiation. The next slide provides case study number 19 on Aspen. They've concluded the 10-year agreement with the Serum Institute of India to manufacture and distribute 4 routine vaccines that Africa has been importing from the rest of the world. And they're using their sterile facility in Gqeberha, which the DTIC supported with an incentive. And they've got to do this because there's a declining demand for COVID vaccines. And so they've had to shift to the production of the hexavalent, the pneumococcal, the polyvalent shots, and the rotavirus shots. And we provide a bit of information to say that Aspen has become J&J's largest contract manufacturer globally for the product that they produce, and 110 jobs were created in the initial phase. The next slide, case number 20, provides information on a new SMME Crisis Partnership Fund that the IDC is doing in partnership with Gauteng, and the DTIC has been working closely with them to see how we can get more value out of it. And together with money that the Gauteng provincial government and the SA SME fund is putting in, the total is now 300 million rand. And they're very optimistic. They think maybe 40,000 direct employment opportunities can be created in the small business sector. So we want to give them every bit of support in this. If this pilot works, then the idea is to try to do more in other provinces too. The next slide, case study number 21, is a titanium pilot plant that is being developed. It was completed in June. It's a semi-demo pilot plant. It will produce titanium dioxide in preparation for commercial scale work in Richards Bay IDZ. The commercial plant, which is expensive, offer $550 million US, will manufacture the pigment that is used, among others, in paints. And 550 permanent jobs will be created when the plant is operational, with a lot of indirect jobs also. And this is another example of beneficiation. The next slide is case study number 22. It's about a company called MCR Plastics. It's a strong women-owned and black-owned business in Uitenhage. They do plastic parts using injection molding for Volkswagen, and they have done quite significant work, including they've been able to get a grant to improve their operations. The next slide, case study number 23, deals with the PepsiCo Pioneer merger. The merger was done 2 years ago, 2020, but in April this year, workers got their first dividend, and I hope I can report the amounts next time, but it will cover about 11,000 workers, and it's a very significant worker empowerment scheme. One of the trustees has been appointed to the board of Pioneer Food as a non-executive director. And so this is getting workers really into the experience of working together with business, really shifting from an adversarial fighting model into one where South Africans cooperate with each other and with businesses that are owned by foreign investors to really grow the South African economy. There's a couple slides that deals with this. Because of time, I'm just going to ask that we move to the next slide, which deals with all of the detail. And then we get to slide number 24, which is a large furniture manufacturer that supplies schools, universities, hospitals, and private homes. It's Reboni. It's a subsidiary of the Masingita Group that was founded by Mike Nkuna, and they've created 103 new jobs in one of the projects. The next slide, study 25, case study 25, is Kerry's Food, which is a plant that was opened in KZN. Deputy Minister Gina went to open it, and it's now going to be selling products to the rest of the African continent. And they've done some really interesting stuff on low energy equipment usage, solar power generation so that they don't become totally dependent on the local grid, waste heat capture and efficient water capture. So quite innovative things that has been done there. Case study 26, which is the next one, deals with a Black industrialist community, part owned by a community development trust in a supermarket in Kuruman in the Northern Cape. And it's showing unlocking rural development and jobs being created outside the main metro areas also. And it was launched on the 28th of April this year. The next slide is another case study of a mining services company that's 100% Black women owned, and they provide scaffolding to companies, to mining companies, and conveyor belt maintenance to Anglo-American mines. And the NEF has supported them, and some of the metrics are there. The next slide is case number 28, and it's a waste management service that, and I've selected a couple of Black-owned businesses to just show that with the Black Industrialist Program, now we're really trying to get more work in different parts of the economy, that we can really open up the economy to more South Africans. So they do waste collections and landfill operations, and there's been investment by the DTIC group in the business, and they have 342 permanent jobs. The next slide, case study number 30, is just work with the South African Petroleum Industry Association, granting them an exemption from the Competition Act for certain practices so that they can coordinate that all the refineries don't close at the same time for maintenance. The next part of the report deals with Q2. I've done now only with Q1 case studies. Q2, there's the Google Equiano undersea cable. This is, the announcement was made by Google in 2020. They've laid the 8th undersea cable with the largest ever capacity that South Africa has. So we can now Zoom with the rest of the world and send emails and WhatsApp messages and so on. And the cable reached Melkbosstrand in August and was officially opened by the ministry. And it will deepen the digital link between South Africa and West Africa, as well as Europe, and through the networks with the rest of the world. OpenServe, which is a telecom link company, will connect the cable to the domestic network. And they've done some work indicating how many jobs can be unblocked through this thing. And this will assist us from phone calls to virtual meetings, to text messages, to emails, to financial transactions, to call center traffic. Our call centers that are located all over can also leverage off this. And it will support South Africa's link to the rest of the world. We already have 7 undersea cables, and this will be the 8th one. And it was a part of promoting critical infrastructure. The next slide just shows the cable coming up with the ship, and it's 12,000 kilometers of undersea cable. And it can also connect us to other African hubs. It connects with Lome in Togo, with Lagos in Nigeria, and Swakopmund in Namibia, and of course Cape Town in South Africa. The next slide provides information on the SAPI cycle plant expansion. On 13 September, the president opened this new SAPI plant extension. And what this plant does, it takes trees, and through a process, it dissolves it into pulp that's used for the production of textiles and the kind of tablets you swallow and cosmetics and so on. So when you use, if any honorable members use lipstick, some of that lipstick would be made from trees. And 100 permanent jobs created, with 2,500 agricultural jobs, massive localization, which we will add to the localization numbers we had earlier in the slide. But their estimate is 5.5 billion rand just from this one project. And also sustainability benefits. The next slide, so there's a picture of the plant from the air, but this slide here shows that fabric, that beautiful fabric there, is a product that comes from the material that this plant makes. They then export this and people make pearls, they make fabric. You see that denim jacket and pants, all of that is ultimately made with the raw material and processed product that comes from this plant. The next slide provides a picture of the president with a large number of workers when we went to the plant, and the Premier of KZN is also there. The next slide provides information on some workers. Sanele Lutuli was a field operator, Nomusa Mabida was a liquor analyst at SAPI. So they use liquor to basically process the trees and then take it further. The next slide provides information on another movie that we financed. I mentioned this movie in the budget speech, and it opened on the 30th of September. It's filmed in Cape Town. It tells an African story of an all-female military unit in the 18th century West African kingdom of Dahomey. And we provide information on the jobs created, the ownership of the 75% is owned by a Black South African. This will also get a special screening at the Toronto International Film Festival. It's a focus on industrialization of the productive services sector. The next slide has another movie, Blood Psalms. It's set in ancient Africa, 1,000 days after the fall of Atlantis, and it tells the story of 5 surviving houses of Kemet as they find themselves worried by the prophecy of the end of days. And it's now on Showmax, and it's created a number of full-time equivalent jobs, and location where it was shot was Eastern Cape, Gauteng, and Northwest. And it was part of our film announcements in the budget votes. The next slide is the BE Advisory Council that was launched, and the president held the inaugural meeting on 5 July, and it provides information on what is being done by the council. The next slide provides information on the Black Exporter and Industrialist Conference, and we will be doing a presentation, a more detailed presentation to the committee, but this indicates the 5 major platforms that was there at the Black Industrialist Conference. More than 1,000 Black industrialists were present or showcased, and was really an eye-opener for many South Africans to see so many Black South Africans producing goods, growing the economy, employing other South Africans. The next slide, case study number 37, is on the legal sector code, which Minister Lamola and the team put together, and we provide information on what the code will cover, and it's gazetted for public comment, so there's no final decision that has been made yet, but it's to facilitate transformation of the legal sector to promote greater diversity. The next slide provides information on a company called Royal Industrial. It's an interesting story. An Invest SA team, I don't know if Yunus Hussein is on the platform, but he and his team is doing really fantastic work. They went to a major event in Xiamen in China, an investment seminar, and they secured an investment. They interested one of the companies to come here. The company came here in 2011. They set up a porcelain tile manufacturing plant in Bronkhorstspruit, and they expanded subsequently, and Invest SA has assisted them in a number of ways. They've got a new production line that will now create an additional 150 jobs, and they export to a number of neighboring countries. The next slide provides the case study number 39. This is really a very significant one. A company called Hesto Harness opened a major operation in Kwadukuza in the Lembe district in KZN, 4,000 jobs, and the products they make would be many different products that go into the into cars, from your wire harnesses, your headlights, your tail lights, your injection molding, and so on. And it's a South African company owned by Met Air. Met Air is South African, and they have operations in the UK, Romania, Turkey, Germany, and Kenya. And many Black South Africans are shareholders in this company through pension and provident funds. They export to 46 countries, and they employ 11,000 workers in their South African business. 70% of whom are women. They're part of the Auto Master Plan, and this big investment was announced at the investment conference in 2020, and it was an investment value of 1.4 billion rand. The next slide provides some information on the workers. This is Nokwazi Mbele from Stanger. She tells her story as a program manager responsible for the Isuzu and Ford projects, because this company does work for basically all the big auto players. And what she's done, where she's studied, and she says, as an aspiring woman, it's my interest to see young females developing in the future. I encourage women to study and further themselves. And so she's one of more than 4,000 workers running the operations in this plant. The next slide has the story of Samukelisiwe Koza from Kwadukuza. She's a mother of 2 daughters. She's a group leader, and she manages a group of 350 people. And she indicates what this job means to her life. The next slide is the final example of Nontobeko Mshlongo, who's from Stanger in Lindelani Township. Married with 5 children. She's a key operator, and she teaches operations step by step to new workers until they understand the process, and she tells her story there. The next slide takes us to a facility in Free State that produces helium gas, and they're now busy with phase 1, which involved the construction of the pipeline to join the wells, and this will be a very, very big project when it's completed. And so there was some key movements in this quarter on this project. The next slide provides information on the JP Morgan Partner Fund. We provide information there of a few companies, Arihas Developments and COM Group. These are Black-owned companies that are supported. One operates in spares and goods for mining. The other one is in construction. And this was announced in the DTIC budget vote this year and last year. Next slide provides information on the case study number 42. And this is Sigma. This is a call center in Mitchells Plain that will be taking young people from Mitchells Plain and Khayelitsha as part of our global business service program. And eventually it's intended to employ in total 1,000 workers, but there are 90 currently employed. The next slide, case study number 43, is the announcement of the regulations that's been published for public comment on exempting small businesses from certain practices in the Competition Act, and the details are there. It's been gazetted. We're waiting for comments to be evaluated before a decision is made. Case study number 44 is the next one. And this is electric solutions, electrical quality solutions business that created 13 new jobs in Q2, and the support that they achieved from the AITF, that's the Auto Industries Transformation Fund. The next slide, 55, gives us a look at Score Metals. They're going to be producing a significant amount of new product that will bring competition to the market, and they manufacture rolled and wire rod products. They're investing 2 billion rand in a new project that will be an alternative supplier to AMSA, and they hope to commission the plant by December 2024. The next slide is a picture of the firm, the production process of Score. The next slide takes us to a case study on a tin mine in the DRC that the IDC supported as an equity partner a number of years ago in June 2019. But we're still seeing the benefits to the South African economy, and we highlight the benefits that we achieved this year in the 6-month period. The capital equipment that was ordered since April this year was 200 million rand, while future orders are estimated at 800 million rand. And there's a lot of really interesting data, 36 South African jobs at the mine and 4 jobs in South Africa. The next slide shows the flow of goods that the South African economy benefit from. And then we buy the tin from DRC and we process it here. The next slide provides another case study, 47, on another call center, African Talent by Deloitte, and they believe they can generate 1.5 billion rand in export revenue through global outsourcing over the next 5 years, and create jobs, 400 new jobs, 60% for young people. The next slide is 48, and it's one of the what we call the NIP programs, the National Industrial Participation Programs, involving ABB. And there's a further example in case study number 49 in the next slide that we can also go to. And this is Baker Hughes and Fluid Tech that similarly is localizing a number of the products here in South Africa. The next slide is slide number 50. We only have 3 more slides left, so let me just say on this one, it's a slide dealing with the construction of 100 megawatts molten salt power plant in Postmasburg in Northern Cape. This is renewable energy. And the reason I use the molten salt is what they basically do is through that process, they can store energy even after the sun is set, which would push more energy into the grid. And the IDC is a partner. They provided funding to Pellegrin Energy, which is a Black-owned business that is the partner to Redstone. And they also co-funded the community shareholding in this, 650 temporary jobs for the 33-month construction period. And the president opened this facility very recently. This will be one of the largest contributions to South Africa's energy challenge. And so there's a couple of ones like this that we're highlighting and getting the DTIC group to do more work on so that we can really crack South Africa's energy problem. But this is a very, very large one. The next slide, case study 51, is about a spice product. One back, if we can just go one slide back. It's Osman's Taj Mahal, for those who love their spices. And the company had quite a challenging time. It's a 100-year-old business. the floods disrupted it, so it had some support, which assisted it to get back onto its feet, 68 jobs. The next slide is the final slide in this, and it talks about China's ban on South African wool lifted, good coordination between DELRA, DTIC, the farmers working closely with the Chinese authorities, that has ensured that the ban that came as a result of sanitary and phytosanitary rules, there was a foot and mouth disease outbreak initially, that's been lifted, and we could have lost R250 million if the wool ban had not been lifted. Chairperson, I want to appreciate the committee's been very generous in letting us go through the work, because this is the first opportunity we've had to cover the work for 2 quarters at one go, to cover it in terms of the new APP that is focusing more on impact rather than the boxes we tick. Have we done the report? Have we got the action minute and so on? Because that is the administrative back office, but the front office is the impact it has. And when I say that we've selected these 52, even as late as last night, I was still asking for more case studies to be taken out because there were just too many. It would have been significantly more than 52. And so part of this is giving a sense of how communities are impacted by the work of the DTIC. What the next section does is it takes the committee, if we can go to the next slide, to what we've already circulated over the weekend to committee members, and the DG is available to take the committee through this. But if I can just say, given that it's been circulated, Chairperson, we are in your hands. If we can go to the next slide, whether we should take the committee through it, but this gives a bird's-eye view of all 10 programs. We had a target of 54 that we needed to do. We achieved 50 in the quarter, and there were 2 programs that had not achieved everything. And the next number of slides then provides all the details, program by program, indicator by indicator, and the DG is able to take the committee through it, Chair, if you feel it is useful, or if the committee wants to take it as read. So may I hand over to you for guidance on this one, Chairperson, and DG is ready to take the committee through Q1, as well as Q2, as well as the financial support, and he may want to draw on Irene, one of the team members, to assist him as indicated. So, Chair, if I may first just seek guidance whether the committee would find it helpful that we take the committee through the individual slides that had been pre-circulated, that starts now from slide 166 onwards. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. That was quite a marathon session. I think let's take the whole presentation. So let's take the rest of the slides that are must still be presented, and then we can take a break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So I'm going to ask the DG now to take it over from here. DG, your chance to earn your salary. Thank you for the extraordinary work that you and your team has put together on this presentation. I know Wongi and Ntombi know that they've probably lost a little bit of sleep, but I think it's really been a lot of work put together. DG, over to you, through the chair.
Thank you, Minister. Greetings, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, colleagues. Chair, I'm going to be relatively quick. As Minister has indicated, this is the actual report on the performance against predetermined objectives. It's what has been outlined in the annual performance plan, which we presented earlier on in the year. So this is going to provide a quick progress update in terms of actual performance. So for Q1, Chair, we, as Minister has indicated, there were 54 indicators and targets, and 4 were not achieved. If we go to the next slide. The next slide provides the overall performance view per program. So starting with program 1, in which there were 9 planned targets and 8 were achieved. And just very quickly, if we move to the next slide, really the work around program 1 covers a number of areas such as media and marketing, the cabinet and parliamentary process, which we've outlined in the earlier slides around the work that we've done to Parliament over the 2 quarters, some of the red tape measures. But the key thing to highlight here is one of the indicators that was not achieved was the number of fact sheets, which we had a quarterly target of 2. We've achieved 1, and this deficit will be carried over into the next quarters. The next slide. The next slide covers the work around our HR management, starting off with the work around transformation, where we measure employment with people who are disabled or persons with disabilities, women appointment at senior management level. And really, we're also looking at the public entity oversight unit, where we're looking to improve oversight, but also the more important work that we would want to also complete in this financial year is the work around the rationalization of entities. The next slide is the work around program 2, which is the trade policy. If we moved on to the next slide, there were 4 targets, 3 were achieved, 1 not achieved. And here it sets out the work that was done in various fora, such as AGOA, in multilateral engagements. I think, in fact, we have highlighted some of the engagements at the WTO, the G20, and BRICS as well, and also the work that's done in SACU. The indicator that was not achieved was the red tape 1, in which we are working quite closely with ITEC with regard to streamlining the ITEC's processes in terms of their work on trade. The next area is spatial industrial development. Here we have 7 targets and all were achieved. And very quickly, this program covers the work around the draft spatial industrial strategy, which we've highlighted earlier, the township economy, where we've seen a key piece of work done with IDC in partnership with the Gauteng government, proposals on SCZ designations. The next slide covers the district work across the 52 districts, and there's a report produced there. The review of the BBBEE framework, and here it's a quite an important piece of work in terms of how we take BEE going forward. Lastly, we also report on the work done on the EIP, the sector codes, as well as the BEE codes. The next slide captures the work on industrial policy, which is the sector's branch. And here we cover the work, we report on 7 targets in which we've achieved 6. And here we cover the work around the master plans, and we provide an implementation report across the various master plans. Furthermore, we covered the work around the non-master plan sectors, such as aerospace and defense, agro-processing, electrotechnical, chemicals, cosmetics, and pharmaceuticals. So here it's the work that the team are doing in partnership with the different sectors, also not covered within the master plan. Also, a key piece of work is the input into the draft procurement bill, and that's a very important piece of work to ensure that the work around transformation and localization is still embedded within our procurement legislation. And the indicator that was not achieved was a cabinet memo with regard to localization, and here it was returned for more consultation. The next slide covers the work around beneficiation and the opportunities there, the spatial equity through industrial institutions, some of the red tape measures, and lastly, the report on the technical infrastructure institutions such as SABS, NIMISA, NRCS, as well as SENES. The next slide is the work around consumer and corporate regulations. We had 2 targets, we've achieved both. And very quickly, the work covers the Gambling Amendment Bill as well as red tape. The next slide is the work in Program 6, which is industrial financing, with 3 targets, all 3 were achieved. And here it covers the work around the different incentive programs and with regard to the value of investment leveraged. Here you can see we've achieved a majority of the targets. A key piece of work here is also the shared services model, where we're working much more closely with IDC and NEF to ensure a much more integrated platform in terms of how the department and its entities provide support. The next slide covers Program 7, which is our trade and investment branch, or our export branch. And here we've already covered in the previous slides. If we can move to the next one, the work around our export opportunities in various markets, and we've already identified some of the pavilions that were held, some of the export leads that were generated. A key piece of work was around our foreign economic representatives, and these are really our trade attaches in the different embassies or foreign missions. And we've already reported on the business forums in support of various state visits. The next slide. The next slide further on touches on the work we've done around EMEA, in which we've supported a number of programs, as well as the export action plans. Next slide. Here, we've also reported on some of the red tape measures to improve our programs, as well as also reporting on how this program has also ensured that companies that are from various districts are also represented in some of our trade missions and trade programs abroad as well. Next slide. In West Africa, there were 4 targets, 1 were not achieved. If we can move quite quickly to the next slide. The key target that was not achieved was the investment facilitated, which was we achieved 1.1 billion against a target of 10 billion. And here it was largely around some of the COVID-19 travel restrictions, but here the Invest SA is working quite closely with the various parts of the department, as well as the IDC and NEF, to ensure that this target is achieved, and you'll see progress as we move forward and towards the next quarter as well. The next slide. Competition policy and economic planning, 4 targets, 4 were achieved, and here we captured the work around some of the public interest conditions in mergers, the progress in the implementation of merger commitments in the last 5 years, some of the red tape measures, and as well as the oversight on the 2 competition entities. Next slide. Lastly, our program 10 covers the work on our research branch, where we had 4 targets, all 4 were achieved. And the next slide captures quite succinctly the work around our research program. And you can see there was a number of opinion pieces. There was a number of district level dashboards that were developed. So there was quite a number of useful research reports coming out of this branch. Chair, the next one goes very quickly again into the second quarter. The first slide captures provides a high-level overview of the work in this quarter. There were 76 targets, 72 were achieved, 4 were not achieved. And these 4 targets that were not achieved was in program 1 and 2. If we move quite quickly to program 1, and program 1 Here, we've captured the work that we've done in our corporate services in terms of IT performance, in terms of the anti-fraud measures. And this is a new area of work where we seeing how best we can really introduce anti-fraud measures into a fully anti-corruption unit. And one of the key things here is to ensure that some of these risk measures are really embedded as part of the work of the department and its entities to ensure a real ethical and compliant state in terms of the work we do in this area. The rest of the slide captures the work around our media and marketing, and also an important piece of work around monitoring and evaluation, which is a key part of the work going forward. The next slide. The next slide captures the work that we've done already around human resource management. But the key part of our new area of work is procurement to support women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And here we are reporting against a target of 25% of all procurement towards women, youth, and persons with disabilities owned businesses. The two areas of work around our public entity oversight unit, which the team is working with the economic research branch, and these studies have not been commissioned, and there is some progress in this area which the team have committed to correct as we move towards the latter part of the year. The next slide is the trade policy branch. We had 11 targets, 9 were achieved, 2 not achieved. And here we capture the work done on various areas. The first one is around SACU, and the work around the AFCFTA. In fact, the first 3 targets is around the work around the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Here you would see that we have fell short on the 90% of tariffs to be submitted to the AFCFTA. And here the work is being done within SACU to ensure that we do finalize this as soon as possible. We also report on some of the bilaterals with number of Asian countries, Latin America, Middle East trading partners, the work done in the WTO, G20, and BRICS, and lastly the report on legal supported issues with relevance to trade and international law. The next slide. The next slide captures the work that we've been doing in conjunction with SARS and a number of security agencies around illegal imports, and there's the coordination across the state to really deal with that. And we have highlighted earlier a case study around a legal matter that was before the courts. The work done with NEDLAC. The key one is around the target that was not achieved was a draft regulation, anti-dumping regulation, which was not achieved for this quarter due to delays in internal consultations with NEDLAC. Furthermore, we report on the work done on the draft patents bill, as well as the draft design amendment bill. The next slide goes to the work on spatial. Here we've achieved all the targets, and really the work covers here, if you move on to the next slide, is the work done on the new spatial strategy, as well as the work done on the township economy, as well as the SEZ's industrial parks, as well as also the work around providing a report on how to strengthen governance and performance of SEZs in terms of the investment attraction work as well. The next slide. The next slide captures the additional work done by the branch in this quarter. Here you'd see there was a CEO forum in which some of the consultations that were held around this the new spatial strategy. The next slide is the work around industrial policy. Here it's once again, we've reported we had 11 planned targets, all 11 were achieved. And here we report on the implementation on all the approved master plans. If we look at the next slide, as well as the work on sectors not covered by master plans, such as the aerospace, agro-processing, electrotechnical, chemicals, cosmetic, plastics, pharmaceuticals, capital and rail equipment, as well as construction. Further on, we report on the work done on the new procurement bill and the preferential procurement policy on how we can ensure that localization and transformation still forms part of our work in this area. The next slide captures some of the localization work, as well as the beneficiation work around some of the value chains in this area. Next slide. The next slide captures some of the work done in the medical products. This was the work started during COVID to ensure that we do not have a shortage and to secure supply for medical products, as well as we also report on some of the work done in the green industry, as well as the spatial equity through industrial initiatives as well. The next slide captures the work done on the technical infrastructure in institutions, and lastly, the work done on the social compacts within the department and also outside the department with various fora such as NEDLAC, etc. The next slide is the work done on the corporate, the consumer and corporate branch. Here we've had 4 targets, all 4 were achieved, and here we report on the work done on the company's amendment bill, as well as the national credit amendment bill, as well as measures that were introduced and proposed against alcohol abuse. The next slide is the work done on the industrial financing branch. Here we've had 5 targets, all 5 were achieved. And the next slide captures the work that was done in terms of investment leverage through the incentive programs. Here we report 3.8 billion in achievement. We also report collaboration with the 2 DFIs in terms of streamlining our work, as well as part of the shared services, as well as the work done to support firms in a large number of districts, but also the work done on providing support in 2 master plan areas around film, animation, and global business services. The next slide captures the work done in our export branch. There were 6 targets, all 6 were achieved. And the next slide really captures the work around our exports into the African continent, the hosting of a number of business fora to support state visits, the work done with export councils, as well as the export promotion and development work done in this area, and the export action plans, and lastly, the export promotion and capacity building activities in under-supported districts. The next slide is the work done in Invest SA. All 4 targets were achieved. If we move on to the next slide, we can see that Invest SA achieved the big target of 20 billion rand that was set for them in this quarter. And we further on report on some of the work that they did around investor promotion, as well as unblocking some of the matters which various investors have raised, and in which they have assisted various investors in this area. Lastly, they also report on some of the regulatory reforms in this space. The next slide is the work around competition. There were 3 targets, all 3 were achieved. And very quickly, we report on some of the work done on the public interest conditions, the implementation reports in mergers, commitments and the tracking of these commitments made over the last 5 years, as well as the oversight over the 2 competition authorities. The next one is the research branch. Here we have 7 planned targets, all 7 were achieved. And once again, we report on the work done in this area. The next slide, the next 2 slides captures the work done, the different research reports in some of the master plan areas, some of the fact sheets that were produced in the different areas, such as aviation fuel, the electric vehicles, as well as also work being done around an employee stock ownership register, which would be the database in which we actually manage and track the work in this area. The next slide outlines some of the further work done by the research branch, and it outlines some of the opinion pieces in this area. Moving quite quickly ahead, financial performance. If you move on to the next slide, in this slide, we report the performance against an annual budget of 10.8 billion rand. In the first quarter, we report spending of 2.1 billion rand, and the 2.1 billion rand went, 49% went to our transfers to the public entities, the 17 that we do have, also the work that, as well as the transfers to our various incentives programs, as well as some of the programs held at IDC and the CSR. The next slide provides some of the projection of the analysis of the spending. We can then move forward to the next slide. And the next slide captures the work for the second quarter. And here we report a spending of 5.6 billion rand, which equates to spending of approximately 51.5%. And here, once again, we report the big spending areas, which was 2 billion rand, or 39% towards the business incentives and infrastructure, 864 million rand towards the IDC and CSR, as well as some of the operational expenditure. As we move towards conclusion, the last slide really captures or provides an accounting analysis of the budget for the first 6 months, per program as well as per economic classification. And here we report the budget or the spending of 5.6 billion rand against a projected expenditure of 5.8 billion. And here it's the spending per program from an accounting and economic classification point of view. Chair, I'll conclude on this slide and perhaps hand over to the Minister if he does have any closing remarks, and then hand over back to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Minister. Do you have any closing remarks?
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. Really just to thank the team for the work that has been done, and to say that it's work in progress. We are working on a new approach to how to capture both what we do and how we report. And my hope is that with each report, it can become a little bit better and sharper and convey better the new approach that the department has embraced as part of the annual performance plan. So thank you very much for the time the committee has given us to set out the report.
Thank you very much, Minister and Team DTIC. Members, we will now take a comfort break. I think in terms of the time, we're a bit over time as per our agenda. If we could then take a break until, I think, 5 to 12, which will give us a few minutes just to have a comfort break, and then we reconvene at 5 to 12. Thank you very much. on the presentation we've just received from DTIC on the first and second quarter performance for 2022-2023. I'll take hands. Okay, I see the hands of Honorable Mulder. Honorable Thring. Honorable Cuthbert. Okay, I think we'll start off. Honorable Mulder.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hope you can hear me. I see a message here that the host has disabled my video, so I'm not able to switch it on, if that's okay with you.
It's fine. We can hear you, though.
Thank you. Chair, now I won't be long. Let me start by thanking the Minister and the HOD for a comprehensive document. I think it really shows that the department has got a kaleidoscope of a wide spectrum of aspects that it's working on, and is doing valuable work. So much appreciation for the high quality and standard of it as well. I'm sure that the Honourable Minister was forced to have a cup of tea after that long period and all the slides that he had to go through. But just on a serious note, this is now a report of something that happened in history, and a performance report, which I understand. What I'm trying to say is that we are living in an ever-changing world and environment, and especially in South Africa at the moment, so many things that's influencing us, and that will most surely influence the next report to be presented to this committee. Honourable Chair, to the Honourable Minister and HOD, I'm very concerned on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus about the situation that we're sitting with Eskom. It's future music now that I'm talking about, because all of this work could actually be undone if we're not going to be able to save Eskom and have more constant electricity in South Africa. I only realized over the week that if you add all the hours of load shedding that we experienced in the year 2022 up till the end of October, if you add it all together, we had 100 days of darkness. We experienced 100 days of darkness in 2022. And this had real negative impact on the economy. It's 2,400 hours. On average, it was stage 3, and it costed the economy 68.4 billion rand. If we take that into account, and the situation of Tongaat Hewlett, who's gone into business rescue, I think we must realize that we live in extraordinary times, and extraordinary measures will be necessary. And then just a last thing, and the Honourable Minister and members should please bear with me. The Honourable Minister of Finance mentioned in his address last week, he referred to empowerment, which is a main topic, an exercise of this department. Talking about BBBE specifically, he said that to save Eskom, empowerment must go. Ntetu Nyati, one of the new board members of Eskom, said the same. Empowerment rules that hamper Eskom's performance will have to go, and there's no other choice if we really want to save Eskom. Now, why I'm mentioning this is I'm delighted to see how many people has been empowered by projects by this department. What I'm concerned about is the large number of people and institutions who's not been empowered. So my question would be, isn't it time that this department also consider, in line with what the Minister of Finance said, that in future, merit should play a larger role than empowerment? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mulder. Honourable Thring.
Thank you, Chair. Like my colleague before me, Honourable Mulder, I also welcome the comprehensive presentation. And we admire the strength of the Minister's vocal cords, having spoken for about 2 hours. Impressive, Minister. But let me maybe start off by saying that the ACDP supports the focus on jobs. I believe that it is key, it's important. But the challenge is that while jobs covered may look impressive, Minister, in terms of the presentation, what is important is more than just the jobs covered. It is the actual amount of jobs created. And that also in comparison to our currently high unemployment rate. So maybe what we should be doing, and I want to ask the Minister whether he would consider this, is to look at some of our KPIs or targets as compared to, and I'm speaking just also off the cuff, as compared to our high unemployment rate. Perhaps our achievement within the department ought to be measured against reducing that particular high unemployment rate. So if we have an unemployment rate of 37%, and when one looks at the number of jobs created through the department, we can say we've reduced unemployment by this particular percentage. Also, express concern as well with regards to the declining growth projections within the developing countries, particularly those that we export to, coupled with the low growth in China. And I think that some of our exports in particular, and China is also one of our large trading partners. So Minister will be interested to see what some of the systems will be put in place to mitigate the effects of the forthcoming or projected growth projections, particularly within the developing economies. There are those who are actually predicting that 2023 we could see another financial crash as we saw in the previous years. We also welcome the attempt to remove red tape, concerned also about the inflationary pressure on food. I think my wife constantly complains about how almost every month when you're going to the supermarket, there are increased prices. And so the inflationary pressure on food in particular, I think needs to be a cause for concern, and something that we also need to keep our eye on. Then Minister, just with regards to the scrap metal and cable theft that you mentioned as well, I wanted to know whether there was any, and there has been any research done in a move away from copper as a form of transmission of electricity and energy to other cheaper metals or other safer metals in terms of theft, like aluminium or so, for example. So whether there's been any research into that area. And then, Chair, with regards to the first and second quarter reports, slide 10, in terms of the presentation that was given to us, speaks of a number of reports on red tape reductions within ITAC as a key priority area for unlocking economic growth. And I think that this was a priority area, in terms of red tape reduction, priority area mentioned by the President himself in his SONA addresses. And I think we've actually seen here targets not achieved in this particular area on red tape reduction in ITAC. And there were only 2 reports actually that were required as a target, and still we have a failure to reach those particular targets. And then just a concern with regards to whether we are giving and allocating or projecting and giving the correct amount of targets. If one looks, for example, at slide 20, 24 billion rand annual target with respect to the rand value of projected investments from private sector to be leveraged. But the quarterly target, this is in the first quarter report, but the quarterly target was only 1 billion. Now you've got a target of 24 billion. You divide that by divide that by 4. It ought to be at least 6 billion target per quarter. Granted, I think in the second quarter the target there was 8.7, so we've seen an increase, and I just don't know why the first quarter was such a low target. Where you projected an annual target of 24 billion, but within the first quarter you only projected 1 billion. Slide 26, again a similar response here or concern here. Invest SA 120 billion annual target for rand value of investment project pledges, but the quarterly targets there of just 10 billion. So again, you divide 120 by the 4 quarters or by 4, and you should be getting at least a 30 billion per quarter target. So perhaps how are we actually breaking up? And I know that perhaps you say no, but we could look at instead of a 10 billion target, we could reach 40 billion or projected to reach 50 billion in the forthcoming quarters. But just the planning in that seems to be a little bit out if one uses a pure mathematical model. So, and then again on that slide 26 with Invest SA, only 1.1 billion was achieved. So if one also looks at just on that same slide, I think it is slide 26, there's the unblocking and fast tracking of investor issues. And there you had a target of an annual target of 40. That's for unblocking and fast tracking, and a quarterly target of 10, which is in keeping with the mathematical model. But then you've got 447 achieved. So the question here is, have we underrated our targeting? We're putting in low targets so that we can kind of overachieve. So just some questions around our target set in that regard. Thank you, Chair. I think those would be my questions and comments for now.
Thank you very much, Honourable Singh. Honourable Cuthbert.
Thanks very much, Chair. Sharing the sentiments of the colleagues that spoke before me, I think the Honourable Minister was out to beat Prince Buthelezzi's record speech. Just quite a mouthful, and I'm surprised he didn't even stop to take a sip of water. So good on him for that. Just a couple of general questions, Chairperson. The first one being, what's the broader impact of localization in the master plans for designated industries is? I see that we got a industry-based figure in the slides. However, I'd just like to know what the broader impact if one were to calculate all of these interventions together. And it could be a monetary number or also a percentage of contribution to GDP, because I think that would be indicative of whether or not the policy itself has been successful thus far. Also to find out whether or not the Minister and his department have investigated the impact of localization on inflationary pressures that we are currently experiencing, and whether or not that has particularly been a cause for concern for him and the department. The second question that I'd like to ask, Chair, is regarding the appointment process of a DG. I had previously raised this issue, and it's my understanding that the acting DG has actually been appointed as the Accountant General. So I just want to understand what is happening there and when we can expect a final appointment of a permanent DG. As you know, there are a number of entities in this department that sit with acting executive structures, and I think it's important to finalize all of those human resource issues. The second thing is particularly with reference to ITAC, what is happening in terms of sourcing a new commissioner there? It's my understanding that not only now has the commissioner left, but the deputy commissioner, and my understanding is that there is imminent change within the organization itself, which is going to obviously impact on the ability to lead the organization and to obviously stick to its program of direction. So what kind of plans does the Minister and his department have in place for ITAC? The third question that I'd like to ask, Chair, is when a decision will be forthcoming on the scrap metal policy. The submissions closed on the 26th of August, if I'm correct in saying, and there has been some time to apply their minds from a cabinet point of view as well as from a ministry point of view. And we'd just like to understand when this decision will be forthcoming, because the longer that it holds out, it obviously creates more uncertainty. It obviously makes it difficult for various industry players to invest in certain items because they're not aware of what it is that's going to take place moving forward. And I think it's always important, whether or not it's bad or good policy, is to obviously ensure that there's certainty and that people understand that government will act in a consistent way, whether bad or good. The last question that I have, Chair, is just to ask the Minister what his personal view is of AGOA. Does he want to lobby for that particular agreement to be extended, noting what the challenges within the Congress may be itself? Does he want a partial trade agreement, if not going for an extension, or is he looking at a full trade deal between the US and ourselves, with obviously developmental concessions and the like? If he could just make clear what his position is, particularly in light of the fact that we are going to be hosting the AGOA forum later this year, and considering that it is expiring in 2025, if I'm correct in saying, we need to obviously have a clear position on how we are going to pursue this, considering the large-scale nature of our trading relationship with the US. So if the Minister would not mind answering those questions, I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Cuthbert. Honourable Burns Ngqamashe.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable members. Greetings to the Minister. Indeed, Honourable Chair, mine is really to follow suit, from what my colleagues have expressed in commending the presentation made by the Minister. It was quite comprehensive, covered a number of areas that are key in terms of the transformation of the sector. And I think, Chair, one can actually witness a move that begins to put into context industrialization, trade, transformation in the context, of South Africa, not only inwardly focusing on domestic production and consumption, but also creates networks in terms of export markets. It's something that we must really appreciate, Honourable Minister, because it's always important to leverage on those opportunities. And the other thing that I also want to really impress upon is around the appointments that the Minister has moved so swiftly in terms of various entities that are reporting to, or that are under the custodianship of DTIC. Because, in situations where there are uncertainties, whether in terms of political leadership or policy certainty, obviously that would not augur well for investment opportunities. So that there seems to be stability at the leadership of these institutions and clear policy compendium in terms of the approach and the character with which we advance the transformation agenda. It gives confidence to anyone who seeks to invest in South Africa. In fact, it positions South Africa as the most investor-friendly country. And perhaps the minister can also talk to the impact of our of the foreign policy as articulated by the South African government, to the extent that it will have an impact in terms of trade relations. For instance, the attitude of South Africa as it would relate to the war in Ukraine and Russia, that South Africa has been consistent in its stance that multilateral institutions must be given space to deal with the challenges that are there and encourage dialogue and negotiation amongst the parties rather than taking sides which have a potential to exacerbate the situation. How has that impacted in other trade relations as it would relate to other multilateral institutions, whether continentally or at the level of the EU, and so on and so forth? It would be important to show the extent to which such options have had an impact in terms of how the South African economy has performed. If you look at it globally, as well as in terms of its continental footprint. Those are the issues, Chair, I would like to raise. Otherwise, I also want to say we are very much impressed with how the minister has gone to such a detail in terms of the presentation, including the DG. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Burns Namashe. Honorable Dr. Tswaku.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope that I am audible.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. I don't have much questions that I wanted to check, maybe just for clarity. I think that maybe Chair and Minister, maybe we need to put also more money in terms of the movies that raise the consciousness of our people. Maybe movies that of the events that happened in our political space here in South Africa, because I think that we're not doing enough to fund those kind of movies. Our political heroes and what happened before in the country. We need to conscientize our people and understand the past that we went through, and also that past will never repeat itself, because especially for we call them AMA 2000s. These new guys, on the block. They don't understand the history of our country. So it will be very nice that we see more movies being supported, and we see them, we get the history, and some of the events we don't know. you know, it will be very nice for us as well. Some of the people who are narrating before, these old, you know, the freedom fighters, they can pass on so that we can keep that history growing. There was an investment, Minister, and through you, Chair, that the investment, you know, the conferences that were held by the President, I wanted to check up with you, have those yielded any results? What are the jobs that, you know, they have created? Have the people that committed, have they came back and said, here is the money, here are the jobs, we are creating it and all of that. So have you seen any creation, any improvement on the yield on those things? I think that the one for Black industrialists, that conference, Minister, yeah, I just saw it on media, the running. I don't know if Chair were invited. It would have been nice that we go, but yeah, I saw it, but yeah, it was too late for me because I was committed. Some of the events, Minister, that you are having and in your department, you know, it's an internal department events. If you can maybe just get an invite, maybe we know them in time so that some of the constituencies people are interested to go, we can just go and check them, you know, and view one of those the events you are having there. On the jobs that in totality, Minister, that, you know, the department is created through its entities and all of that, do you think that there is an impact that is that you are doing in terms of creation of the job because of the demand of the jobs that the country, you know, is facing currently? Are you feeling happy, or is there something, you know, that you could do more? We just had the industrial policy workshop, which was you know, excellent, like excellently done by the committee. We would like to thank them for that, to school us in terms of that industrial policies in different schools of thought. There were some very good, well, some suggestions and some presentations that maybe the chair and the secretariat maybe might share to you in terms of looking at the other countries that have increased in terms, you know, the job creation through industrialization. Maybe something that maybe you can compare notes. Your researchers can compare notes with the researchers of the committee, and to see that in terms of, you know, what can be done better. But are you comfortable? Are you happy? What do you think that can be done more with the jobs that you seek to create in your department there? And also, do you think that the money that we are spending, these billions, are they yielding the millions and of the jobs that we really seek to achieve? Because I mean, we do budget quite a lot to create jobs, but I don't know, some of the, you know, the actions, I mean, in terms of the performances, the performances to me, they look to me that they are more in terms of report producing and giving you suggestions, but there's no tangible, massive scale job creation on the ground that you can say, with the 10 billion that I've put in, I've managed to create so much job, like your return on investment and all of that. So, but I wanted to have a wider input at some point in terms of the amount of money we're putting on job creation vis-a-vis the job that we get at the end. Because sometimes I see them with the amount of big monies we actually put in. We're sort of getting 400, 300 jobs there, 1,000 jobs there. You know, we were actually looking for massive, you know, that massive industrial scale job creation, where we can see that a lot of people, through the efforts of the money, were able to really do, you know, to do that. I think, yeah, and on the yeah, I wanted to check the industrial policy. They said, okay, I think I'm a bit clarified. They said the industrial policy were achieved on the performance. I wanted to check what industrial policies that were achieved and concretized. So I think that when Minister, those mine an overall presentation I check is that it's just the impact in terms of, because at the end we need to create jobs, and we do spend money, and I see the number of jobs there. But now, have you maybe done and said, okay, we need, let's say, 4 million jobs, and then how are we going to ensure that we really do have an impact on that? And after all the presentation and everything, I just look at that. And I think that also on the economic research component, I think probably also there you should be looking in terms of looking in terms of other tactics or other schools of thought that you could apply, or other ways, looking at the international, other countries like us who have developed, they were in a developmental state, how they managed to industrialize and create massive, massive job. Because at the end, we're speaking of massive job creation, where you have 10,000 to 20,000 people, getting done. And also, I think that there needs to be a lot of emphasis in terms of those SEZ, because you remember SEZ, some of them are really located in the close to townships. So people, when they get these jobs and there's job creation in the SEZ, they're able to just maybe walk in there and all of that. And look at in Newcastle, I think there are a couple of there's an SEZ or an area where there are factories, and you can see that people are walking to, I think it was Osizweni or something. You can see that there's no money to spend in terms of transportation and all of that. So I think that in a nutshell, really, Minister, is to say we need to look at the job creation aggressively, so, and looking at other countries that are same as us in developed state, how they've done to industrialize, but that we can actually create jobs. And also there are some suggestions of aggressive state intervention and be in the center of really, to kickstart this economy and ensure that we create jobs. Because after COVID, things have got very, 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 very worse. I think my last one, Chair, will be to saying that and I'm not sure whether you are aware, but I said I was going to write to Chair. You need to look in terms of your entities like the IDC and NEF, in terms of how they handle the applications of the industrialists on the ground, people who are looking at funding. It's actually a bit critical, and there's been a really unfair treatment to some of the people that have approached us. So you need to, I think, Minister, to zoom into it and look. Some of the people, I think we did talk about it in the committee in terms of other people come to us. Maybe you need to have in a department a way that an independent assessor, if a person has been rejected by the other department in terms of the funding, have an independent person maybe that will look in terms of those complaints, what is the problem, and sit with individuals who have spent months and months and a lot of money to come up with business plans and applications of this thing, and just to be told that you're fired, you're not going to be funded, you are just declined. I think there must be sort of a sensitive approach, because these people, they sit in meetings and they conceptualize, they apply, but the insensitiveness that has been displayed by some within these institutions, it leaves much to be desired. I know that your Tolo has been working on that, and also the committee through Chair, we did raise it, and they are looking into that as well. Maybe I've taken this opportunity as well to say, please, Minister, have a look at this issue, because it might blow into your face, because people say they are receiving this assistance of financing, but you've got rotten apples there that are doing some stuff, and other allegations which are very sensitive. When a person puts in terms of an idea, but individuals go behind that individual and go and talk to the person who's selling that technology or selling that idea, and maybe they want to take it on. So there is some of that thing there. It's becoming a problem on the ground. And this money must go to those who really want to, who's going to be using it on the ground. I think, Chair, those are my, the contribution I will put on this. And any other thing I will just, I see in terms of presentation, I'll just send it, in terms of the writing to the minister. But those are my key things that I wanted to raise. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Tswaku. I don't see any other hands. So over to you and your team, Minister, to respond to the questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by really appreciating, I think, all the comments that have been made. There have been some questions and some suggestions, but by and large, I take it that there's been a very positive response to this way of reporting, where we lift out much more the impact and the outcome, and I do appreciate that. Chairperson, some of the comments and issues that members of Parliament have raised is food for thought that I do want an opportunity also just to reflect a little bit on the issues, particularly where they are about the balance of policy, because we've got to constantly, however certain we are about the rightness of our choices, we've got to constantly be open to better ideas, to improving our ideas, and to learning from doing. By getting out there, getting our hands dirty, we can discover what works better. So in responding to some of the issues, I'm not going to end the consideration of the suggestions and ideas. I'll get the team also just to reflect further on these issues. So first, thank you very much, Honourable Mulder. Those comments are really appreciated. And to the issues that you've raised, I mean, I think Eskom and the energy crisis is at the center of the challenge we face. We feel it in our mandate with industrialization. Many South Africans feel it in the enormous disruption to lives that's taking place. So what is it that the DTIC can do? Obviously, the one thing that we try to do is to be supportive to whatever efforts is coming from within Cabinet and the responsible ministers dealing with energy-related issues. And within our scope, there are some further things we can do. The one thing is to really work hard on renewable energy to make it possible. By the nature of a report like this, we haven't covered everything we do. I would have loved to have a case study just dealing with the work that DTIC has done on getting the components of the energy value chain to have the localization requirements crafted in such a way that it does not become an obstacle, to relax the levels where needed, so that we really prioritize energy generation. The second area is in funding these big renewable energy initiatives. The IDC has done the big project with Pellegrin and Aqua Power. And during the recent visit to Saudi Arabia, we had extensive discussions, further discussions with Aqua Power to hear what the experience has been in providing renewable energy in the South African market. The third thing, and there's more work being done, is in energy-saving technologies, and there's a few case studies that we highlighted, because if we are able to both increase the supply of electricity and have more energy-efficient ways of running businesses, then we can sooner get to that sweet spot where we have enough reserve that if there's any downtime at a given power station, it doesn't hurt the economy, it doesn't lead to load shedding. I think you're right about load shedding. It's been deeply damaging of our efforts on industrialization. And that's why when I sat with the team of officials, one way in which we described our work is to say that as the DTIC, we have to be we'll have to work so much harder, because it's like you've got this massive wind that is pushing you off course, and you've got to push against the wind and try still to get progress in the economy. And so if we are able to get a headwind that retards us, it means we've got to put more effort in. I think there's nothing else to say on the energy thing, but to underline your point about how important it is that we get out of the load shedding. And that's why the big program that Cabinet is endorsed, that is being driven now to move into fixing Eskom and into increasing renewable energy is going to be critical. On Tongaat Hulett, that's come up in the third quarter. I'm sure when we do the quarterly report, we'd be able to indicate the work that is being done to try to ensure that we don't have an absolute disaster in the rural areas, because Tongaat Hulett, it's not only a large company, but it's also a big aggregator and mill for many farmers. And so we've been watching that very carefully and trying to be as supportive as we can in the discussions. On the empowerment matter that you've raised, Honourable Mulder, I think that there's two parts to it that we need to maybe pull out of the conversation. The one is we need to find ways in which we get more and more work to improve the growth and the jobs impact of empowerment. And so the early phases of empowerment, we've learned a lot. Many of those elements in those programs just didn't work well. You'd see, Honourable Mulder, a much greater focus now on two things. The one is worker empowerment, which really provides equity in the hands of a larger number of South Africans. And the second thing is, and by the way, when we do the worker equity, it's not done on a race basis. It's done for all workers. It happens to be that the majority of workers in a company are Black South Africans, but it also helps to create that sense of us being in this together, that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. And so that's one element of it. The other element of it is the much sharper focus on industrialists. When you finance someone to get 10% or 20% stake in someone else's company, it's not that it's a bad thing, but it creates a different way of looking at wealth. What you're able to do is you're able to leverage and get equity in a business that's run by someone else, that was originally financed by someone else. When you're a Black industrialist and you've got to make, when we did the Black Industrialists conference, and I know I'm dealing with matters that will come up in the committee, but let me just make this one example. We were looking at the car making industry, and there was Mercedes-Benz in the marketplace. We had a big Black marketplace. And when the president was walking through there, he was saying, oh, Mercedes-Benz, but what's that got to do with our Black industrialist program? And I said, Mr. President, just see what people say. And it was very dramatic when Black component manufacturers were able to take the president through it and say, and the one person did it very dramatically, took his hand and he, as the president stood there, he hit it against the bonnet of the Mercedes-Benz and then against the side fender of the Mercedes-Benz. And he said, Mr. President, this fender, this bonnet, I've made. It's been made in my factory. And it meets the highest standards globally of Mercedes-Benz, because Mercedes-Benz doesn't lower their standard for any market. They produce, because most of the Mercedes-Benz we assemble in South Africa are actually sold in Europe and other parts of the world. So we meet all the standards. And so we're bringing growth much more into it. Many white South Africans are also supported by the IDC, by the DTIC, and the fact that we don't always raise that doesn't mean that it's not happening. But because we have a deficit that proportionally a very large number of Black South Africans are capable of helping to grow the economy if they get opportunity. Some will fail. We will make losses on something. Some factories will not be successful. It's the nature of any market economy that you can't guarantee success. You can try to give everybody an opportunity. Some people will fail, but they will get up and they will, in the proverbial words, dust themselves off and start again and make a success of it. And that's the nature of what we're trying to do with the Black Industrialist Program. But I do believe that merit is a very important part, that societies are driven by taking strong capability. And you will see we don't do a tick box exercise just to fill boards of entities and positions. We're trying our best within the available constraints to make sure that we get fitness for purpose, that we get strong South Africans who serve in these various public roles that there are, because merit is not something that is distributed unequally in society. Every human being has an equal chance of being strong, being capable. It's distributed not on race. You'll have really wonderful managers, wonderful doctors, technicians who are Black or are white, who are Chinese, who are German. And policy is about giving people with enterprise and energy that opportunity to realize the best that they can realize. So I hope that that does help a little bit in providing some context to the empowerment issue. Honorable Tring, once again, I want to reiterate my appreciation for the comments that you've made on the report, on and the support you're giving for the focus we're making much more now on jobs. And I do agree with you, and I'm going to also come back when dealing with Honorable Chwaku's comments around the need to get more into jobs created, because that's really the one that can reduce the levels of unemployment and give many more people an opportunity. Having said that, we must also make sure that we don't lose any of the existing jobs unnecessarily. Sometimes there's a major change in the market and it's unavoidable that a firm closes, but by and large, it's also about holding on to as much of what one can, where it makes commercial sense to do so, and then growing the overall number of jobs. So you're right about that one. On the KPI dealing with the unemployment rate, because the unemployment rate is a function of so many different factors, it's hard for me to hold the DTIC officials responsible for it. For example, if the energy crisis continues, then that will have a big impact on the sustainability of businesses, which will increase the number of unemployed in society. And that's not something that the DTIC team can do an enormous amount about. They can, on the edges, do some work on it, but it's not an area that they've got the tools or the levers to be able to fundamentally change that. If there is floods, if there is a COVID event, if there's a war in Ukraine, all of these things impact on the overall growth rate and the overall number of jobs in the economy. If there's a collapse in the mining sector because prices of commodities come down, or if the floods wipe away our ability to use the rail line between Gauteng and KZN, and it impacts on our ability to export products, all of those affect the outcome being the unemployment rate. So what we've done instead, and I'd be really keen to get the advice and the comments from members of parliament. We've set out KPIs that are to do these reports, to do these action minutes and so on. But we've framed it within a context that says we want to see an investment outcome of 120 billion. We want to see a localization outcome of 40 billion. We want to see a manufactured exports outcome of 600 billion. Those are the things that all this activity must chase. I'll be frank with the committee, and it's one that I think the senior staff that's on the platform will appreciate the comment, and they've said it as much. It's been a sea change in the culture of the department, because the department has been more traditionally used to measuring their activity, and the department has an strength in a number of activities. They're able to do, for example, a large number of export exhibitions. They do it competently, professionally. When you go there, you see the stands. They are very well constructed. They'll have very good demographics, young people, women, all of that. That's what has been the core strength of the department up to now. Now we're changing the focus for them. I've said to them that we need to see what is the impact on actual export orders, because when you have an export order, you save a job or you create a job. And it takes time to change the culture of a very large organization and a set of organizations like the DTIC group. And if everyone's cameras were on now, you'll see broad smiles from many of the DDGs and from the DG, because they'll know what I'm talking about, that it's taken an enormous amount of time to embed a different way of looking at it, where we focus on outcomes, not on what we do, but on the impact it has on jobs and on economic inclusion and on growth. And it's a battle. It's an uneven battle where we sometimes win quite strongly. We put a lot of effort into something and we get a very small return, and we learn from that. And other times we put smart actions in and we get an enormous return. We've had a massive return in the competition space. It's really been a groundbreaking change in how things are happening as a result of the work the department and the competition authorities are doing in things like sales and creating new jobs. But we haven't tooled up for it. We've inherited a public service that has got a lot of strengths, but they've not been schooled in this. So it's working with the teams and sometimes pressurizing, sometimes encouraging, sometimes accepting that we've gone as far as we can for a given month or quarter, but it's just keeping that gentle pressure to shift towards exactly where you are at, Honourable Thing, which I think is absolutely the right thing, which is we've got to look at how we make a difference to the big story. And one of the favorite things that we use in our internal meetings in DTIC is, it's become a bit of a cliche, is, are we moving the dial? Is it so small what we do that it doesn't make a change on the big scheme? So I'm sharing in the spirit of knowing that you are also deeply concerned about the same issues that we are concerned about, how we're trying to change the machinery of government to do things differently, because that machinery is not schooled to look at impact and outcome. And even just getting to the KPIs that we've got has been the result of many workshops that the Deputy Minister and I had with the team. And, all credit to the team. In a number of cases, it's now beginning to change the way that they work. But progress is uneven. And so we won't always get all of it right, but I think we are definitely moving in the right direction compared to where we were in the past. Your point also, Honourable Tring, about the drop in the growth rate of developing countries is very important, because so much of our mineral resources and some of our other exports are dependent. For example, our single biggest manufacturing export is cars. If the European Union goes into recession next year, as some are projecting, then consumption of cars will come down. When consumptions of cars in Europe goes down, the South African economy is hit. We sell a lot of iron ore and other minerals to China. If China's growth rate has dropped as much as it has, it's virtually halved compared to what it was just a short, a couple of years ago, and it's a third of what it was in about 8-10 years ago. As that growth rate drops, the demand for South African minerals will also drop. And so you can take all of the different areas. And so we need to work through these by finding ways in which we mitigate. And it's difficult to mitigate when you don't have a massive fiscal pool of money that you can use. The United States tried to spend themselves out of the crisis they got into a year and a half ago with all these fairly generous checks that were issued by the federal government. We don't have that kind of resources in South Africa. So it's working with the cloth that we have. On the red tape issue, it is an important focus that we do need to put more energy and effort in. And I find that this is sometimes the hardest thing for public servants to get right, because again, everyone has been schooled in a particular way that in order to get things done, you need a very rigorous system and you need rules. And when you have rules, people find ways around the rules. So you then amend the rules to block those who are trying to find a way through the rules. And then they find more ways, and then you try to block that with more rules. And in the end, your rule system, well-intentioned, just chokes off any ordinary person who tries to get anything done. And I get it. I see that. But I know also that I have to take a balanced approach when my team says, but Minister, we do need rules, because if we don't, people will essentially be able to corruptly access the resources or improperly access the resources. And it's to find that balance between it. With the ITAC matter that's come up there, it's really about making it easier for businesses to apply for trade relief. So it's a bit of an irony, because when they get trade relief, those are new rules. And we want to make the rules easier to get to that point where they're able to use the rules, but also make it such that we follow due process, that we don't make it a process that's not rigorous, because these are all careful balances. Do you put up tariffs on a product which will save jobs, but on the other hand, it will increase prices potentially on the domestic economy? Every day, the day job of governance is weighing that up and making a judgment call and saying, that's where we're going to go. And so the processes need to be rigorous so that we don't make arbitrary decisions on a whim. On the inflationary pressure on food, a very big challenge, Honorable Tring, and you're right. Your wife is absolutely right. What she's seeing is also very often coming out in the macro data. On the scrap metal and cable theft, you ask an interesting question, which is any research being done on alternative sources other than, say, copper, that could enable the supply of electricity or radio signals that come from cell phones and so on. Now, of course, Telkom itself and the other companies have already moved some way down that line with fiber optic, which replaces copper. But there's a sunken cost where there's massive, enormous quantities of copper cable, which can't be replaced immediately, and it's very costly. So Telkom is doing what it can to progressively deal with that. And at the same time, recognizing that it's got to be, you don't do a massive wiring of your system with the result that the price of mobile phone calls go massively up because you've got to recover that, that capital spending. Then on the Eskom side, I understand that Eskom is already using some aluminium cables for electricity transmission. But I'm also told that there are challenges, that aluminium cable, the people who've been looking at this, they say it's more brittle and it cannot therefore easily be bent and then straightened again. You've seen it with aluminium. If you bend and straighten, you see the brittleness in it. And apparently what works better is to use aluminium where it's used. Apparently it's better for long distance transmission lines. And it's also not as efficient a conductor of electricity as copper. And so all of these things get weighed up. So without putting anything off the table, in a way, there's no easy answers, and therefore we will have to deal with matters relating to cable and metal theft for the foreseeable future. Turning next to the issue around Honorable Tring that you raised, that are we allocating our quarterly targets right? Given that in some quarters the target is low, and it's not one quarter, so to speak, 25% of the annual target. And it was done fairly deliberately by the team, Honorable Tring, because what they find that with certain programs, it's not like this with everything, but certain programs, as you finalize your plan for the year, which would typically be done between January and March, and I would normally sign off on the plan by March. So there'll be a lot of toing and froing January and February to say, no, shift the priorities here or focus a little bit more on that. And so there's only finality about the plan and what it will require for the year in the period March of a given calendar year. Then in April, the plan starts. So typically what the team wants then is a couple months where they tool up, they shift resources and people if needed from priorities that we may have defined a year ago to the new priorities that we put in now. And they would only know what the investment target is, for example, when we finalize the APP. And so that first 3 months, it's really tooling up and getting things going. And Honorable Tring, you'll see, I don't have the, I didn't look at the presentation now, but you'll see that each quarter up to the fourth quarter, it tends to increase significantly. Towards the latter end of the annual performance plan, there's more than a quarter of targets in each of the last 2 quarters, if that makes sense, because by then they're on a groove, they're getting things done, they're moving things over the finish line, and typically in quarter 3 and quarter 4, there's an enormous push to get everything completed, and then the cycle starts again. So it's not a even flow. Some things we can do in an even flow, but other things the department has found it works better to incrementally push it up. Are some of the targets artificially low? Well, the team feels that they are artificially high, some of the targets, and they've pushed back a little bit in a friendly way with me. They banter and they say, but Minister, that's too much for 1 year. And I say, but look around you, just look out in townships and in the lives of ordinary South Africans, and you can see that even setting the most ambitious target is not going to be enough. So I can explain that particular instance, Honorable Tring. Invest SA normally deals with the kind of, let's call it the big challenges where there's a water use license that is not being issued. And it would take a lot of work with different parts of the spheres of government to get that unblocked. But this year, one of the things that hit the business community very hard was a change in the way in which Home Affairs dealt with visas. Home Affairs found that there was a lot of corruption or concerns about corruption in the visa issues. So they changed the system to de-risk it. But in the process, it slowed down things very, very considerably. And so many firms had enormous problems on this matter. And so Invest SA had to literally leave, let's call it lightheartedly, their day job and really become processing centers to find out why we're not getting the CEO of this particular company's work visa sorted out. Why is a CFO in that area that is part of their continental team for the African continent allowed to come and work in the continental head office that may be in Sandton or in Joburg? And so they've had to deal with all of that because I had a flood of concerns that were expressed to me by businesses at the Japan Business Council. It came up in my meeting with the US South Africa business engagement, including the US Chamber of Commerce. It's come up from other companies. China has raised some challenges. European-based firms have raised challenges. So Yunus Hussain and his team had to literally redirect resources away from what they were traditionally doing into this area. Now there, because each visa application has got its own challenges and difficulties, it came across as a number of different unblockings, and it was for different firms and so on. So I don't expect that high number would continue. In fact, I hope it doesn't continue because it will show that the system, we haven't been able to make the system reforms. And I know Minister Motsoaledi is really working hard on it and is very committed to making those system reforms that makes it unnecessary for us to get in on each of those work permit issues. Honorable Cuthbert, thank you for your comment on the specific questions that you've raised, Honorable Cuthbert. In fact, Honorable Cuthbert, you've been reading my notes. You've been reading my notes because as late as yesterday, I still had a meeting with the DTIC officials to say that we needed to do more work on the broader impact of localization, just pulling together the different streams. You'll see in this presentation, there were many different projects that are localization projects. And I say localization, it's one that I think you will also support, Honorable Cuthbert, because it's really about increasing the output of the South African economy. That's what it is. And I'll come back to an aspect of it when I deal with Honorable Tswaku's question about jobs. But what we wanted to do is we also want to do the monetary value of localization. And so I hope by Q3, definitely by Q4, that we would have a very significantly more detailed report.
You either start acting like a fucking grown-up that's employed by member states to do a specific job, or don't fucking engage.
Kruger, please mute.
Thank you, Chairperson. And so the idea would be to put a lot of time and effort into it. And I think the results are going to be quite positive if you want to know where my thinking is about it. But let's have a look at it. And we're definitely going to try to find a monetary metric because that's the target we've set ourselves. But we've got to do it in a way that it is a rigorous calculation, that it doesn't count things that were done in the past, that it's not just repurposing, that we want to bring some rigor to it. On the question of localization and inflation, it can cut both ways, Honorable Cuthbert. You'd be familiar with the, let's call it the more neoclassical concern about localization and its impact on pricing. But there's another part to it. Countries that have very little agricultural production have seen a much bigger spike in their food basket than South Africa has had to date. And I say it guardedly because we don't know what the future holds. And the Competition Commission is actively monitoring food prices, and we're taking such steps as we reasonably can take to deal with these issues. But when you have when you become very subject to imports, then whatever happens on global markets immediately impact on you. And when there's shortages, for example, during COVID-19, we needed a very large number of medical grade face masks, not these white and blue ones that you and I wear, but the ones that doctors wear in ICU and in COVID wards and so on. And we couldn't find sufficient stocks of it. I know the Solidarity Fund did its best to try to get masks from all over the world and so on. But because we had some local industrial capability, we could work with local companies to repurpose that and produce those masks. We did the same with the ventilators. And because we had, when the Aspen plant in Gqeberha was built, it wasn't built as a COVID vaccine plant because there was no COVID at the time. When the company put in the application to the DTIC for effectively a partnership around that, where they committed enormous sums of capital that they could then have some of that written off over a period. We had in mind that it would be a sterile facility, but not that it would be one that's capable of producing vaccines for a pandemic. But the fact that we had that enabled us to be able to bring it into production fairly quickly. So there's a significant consensus emerging globally now that while in the past everybody just looked at competitiveness, now more and more businesses and governments are looking at resilience, how to make sure that our economy is capable to take knocks. And so we've got to keep an eye, because anything taken too far can have negative effects, but we do need to do what we can to build the South African economy, to create industrial capacity here and to create jobs here. On the appointment processes of the DG, we're working on it now, and interministerial committee is seized with the matter, and I hope that it could move fairly rapidly on this issue, because that would help enormously for longer term planning. So we're moving as fast as we can, and hopefully if I have the ability to give a specific date in future, then I will come back and provide that. Similarly on ITAC, we've now had interviews that were conducted. A shortlist has been developed, and we're looking at the next steps that need to be taken on ITAC. On scrap metal, when will the decision be taken? I'm hoping, Honorable Cuthbert, and I said maybe a little bit lightheartedly, that you're looking forward with anticipation, with positive anticipation to the outcome. And I would hope that you'd also like the outcome. We've done an enormous amount of work. We've taken it through processes. We've got legal comment. We've got comment from economists and others. We're now just doing one last leg, which is to get a final set of comments from the security cluster, and thereafter we'll take it to cabinet. So because it's in areas of the state that we're consulting with different people, we've got to make sure that we get it done thoroughly. But I'm hopeful that we can get a decision very soon, and I then look forward to the press release where Honorable Cuthbert praises government for the measures to address this cable and metal theft. On AGOA, we will be having further discussions on AGOA in December with the US administration, and then we will also be inviting trade ministers and the US administration to come to South Africa in 2023 on the matter. We've now met with African trade ministers And the unanimous view on the African continent is that we should all be seeking for an extension of AGOA. I met yesterday afternoon with the newly appointed Trade Minister of Kenya. He flew in to meet with me. It was his second day in the job, he proudly said to me, and he had already flown to South Africa. And we further discussed the AGOA matter. So our own view is that the optimal solution or the optimal policy choice for the longer term for the United States and Africa in the partnership that the US envisages would be to extend AGOA. Obviously, these matters are subject to a lot more engagement and discussion. Honorable Burns, Namashe, thank you for the really warm comments and the points that you've made on the appointment of entities. I appreciate, because it's about making sure we take the time. There are many talented people, but it's taking the time. They don't always apply. They don't always put their name up for a board when there's a public advert. So it's about making sure that we don't just settle for ticking the box, but that we do a degree of thorough work so that we really rebuild the state and we get state capability back, because the state has lost a lot of capability, and we do nobody any service by denying it. We've got to confront it, deal with it, and do what we can to improve capability in our entities. On foreign policy, I think generally what we do is we communicate with everybody. We reach out to everybody. South Africa's probably been visited by a range of people with many different interests globally in terms of heads of state. We recently had the president of the Spanish government, otherwise known as the Prime Minister, spending time here with President Ramaphosa, talking through a number of issues, and that will come up in our Q3 report, so I'm not going to go further on that one. And essentially what all of that is about is South Africa does put forward a view that we think is consistent with the role we've always played, that we don't try to pick fights with others. We try to see that a world that is at peace with itself is a world in which human development can better be achieved, that poverty can be tackled, that unemployment can be tackled, that the world is generally better off if all the considerable resources of humanity is trained on fighting the war on poverty, if I can put it that way. But in all of these things, we do want to talk to all sides and deal with issues in that mature way. Honorable Tswaku, thank you for the comments that you've made. Some very warm comments, including your support for the way in which we're dealing with the movies. One of the issues that in the discussion with the president has been very passionate about, and it's an area that I believe is really important, is that South Africans have to tell their stories. And it's not just one story, it's many stories that make up our nation. And part of that story is also the story about our bitter past, and telling it in a way that both inspires hope, that brings South Africans together in the end, but that doesn't brush difficult things under the carpet, because our history has been a difficult history, and we need to confront it. So movies is a part of a world, a society, a community telling their stories. And the story we've had up to now, there's been a dominant global story, and the stories of the South, the stories of Africans, have not been told. And that's why we don't only support the telling of the South African stories, but also of African stories, of a continent that needs to feel more confident about itself and its own way of dealing with history and the future. So we want to do more in this space, but sometimes it's also telling the very human stories. And it's not the stories of our past and of our present is not only stories of Black South Africans, it's also stories of white South Africans. There's some moving stories, really at the human level, very, very moving stories about all parts of South Africa. And we're telling that, and I hope we're telling it with a lot more confidence. When I say we, I mean young filmmakers that are coming in, and many of them are supported by the work that we do. On the investment conferences and are they yielding any results? What I've tried to do, Honorable Swaku, in this presentation is we haven't done it systematically, but in many slides you'll see we point to the fact that that announcement was made at a investment conference, say 4 years ago, 2 years ago. Now we see the jobs, we see the investment, and so on. So in fact, if you have an opportunity just to perhaps look at some of those, they will draw that line very well. And so without any question, the investment does have a positive effect. And point is taken that there are more things that we can do. But Honorable Tswak, you ask a really important question, which is, can we do more? And the answer has to be that we must do more. It's not can we. There isn't a choice we have that when young people are without hope, then a department like the DTIC and the DTIC group has to find the inner strength to be able to do more all the time. And it's hard. It's hard on some of the officials. There are some really hardworking officials who it's not uncommon for them to have meetings with me late at night, early morning, and so on. So I rely on them to do this. And I think there's no question we've got to do more. Now, where? How? So obviously, if we had a bigger budget, we can do more. We've got a relatively modest budget compared to the scale of the challenge that we're facing. And then in addition to that, even if we had more money, it's not all of the problems can't be solved with money. Many of the problems require other innovative ways. And it's also trying to get the state to partner differently with the private sector to be able to unlock many more jobs. Sometimes just removing unnecessary red tape or just putting in a real obligation on a company that gets public resources, that they need to do more to grow jobs, is often even more helpful than making financial incentives available. On the is the money yielding much? Well, I think it does yield a lot, but I have no doubt we can do even more. Not all of our programs are necessarily 100% efficient, and we mustn't be defensive about it. You can't run any big program and say you've done it perfectly. There will always be scope to improve. And on the issue around an aggressive job creation scheme, other than public works programs, the only other big things that a state can do is to strongly invest in infrastructure, in energy, in transport logistics, in water, but also in ICT, but also in skills for young people. We are putting an enormous amount of money that we're investing into higher education with the fee-free system. And our hope is that we will find a big economic return as that generation of young people who would otherwise not have been able to afford university begins to enter the labor market as entrepreneurs, as job creators, not just as people who will be looking for work, but also people who will be making work that they can bring other young people in. The other bit is localization. And I know that sometimes in the media, commentators get a little bit bored and they work themselves up on issues of localization. But the more I travel the world, the more I realize that so many countries have localization programs. When we were in Saudi Arabia now, they've got a major Made in Saudi program that they run. In the United States, last year when I had was it last year? Yes, it was last year. In one of our strong engagements with the US administration, talk turned to the Buy America campaign and what they're doing as government, using public resources to rebuild the American manufacturing capabilities. And so it's happening all over the world. It's not something that's only happening in China. I sat with my Indian counterpart looking at their Made in India program. So everywhere people are finding ways in which they create jobs or support the activities that can help to create jobs for young people through localization. And we've got a lot of scope to do it. But we've got to have the courage to persevere, to do the right things. Where something doesn't make sense, we must move on, leave it, and rather work on the things that make sense. But localization is a big thing. And then finally, the African Continental Free Trade Area. That, as we unlock that, it will also have an enormous opportunity to create jobs. On the entities that you've raised and how they handle applications, I've taken note of the comment. And Honorable Swaku, you said that we must watch out that there may be rotten apples, as you call it, people going behind a promoter of an idea. Wherever that happens, I really would welcome and encourage the honorable members, when you hear about any of this, please do let us know. We've got to be absolutely vigilant all the time against corruption. It's not a beast that when you slay it once, then it's dead. It has many lives and many heads, and you can chop off its head and it will grow another 2 heads. So you've got to be constantly battling against any possibility of corruption. And that's why, if the honorable member has any information, I would really like to receive it so that we can investigate it and deal with it. We are looking at an independent assessor, whether it is in an advisory thing like a ombud, whether it is in a decision-making thing like a panel that decides what can be done, because we've had complaints, a number of complaints from clients of our development finance institutions, from the department itself. If I could save all the time that I got complaints in how the DTIC administers its film incentive, for example, I would have had maybe another couple of days in my life that I would have been able to use productively on other matters for the DTIC. So we've got to try to deal with it. We've had complaints from clients of the IDC that they've asked us to review these things. The difficulty we've had to figure out is not every application is a good application. Not every application will succeed. It's the nature of it. There are 60 million South Africans. There'll be a tiny number that can be supported by the DFIs. They need to have systems. I've got to give their boards the freedom to set up the systems, the guidelines, and so on. When ministers get to the point of getting into the level of detail to say, well, you know, you should give a grant or a loan to this company rather than that company, we would have made the biggest mistake. That is not only the road to corruption, but it's also the road to enormous misallocation of resources, because no minister will have the time, energy, skill, capacity to be able to go through that. So we create systems that must work. And that means boards for the 2 development finance institutions that are principally responsible for this. They must then recommend strong and capable people that are able to deal with the applications. And I've got to give a degree of latitude. In other words, if every decision, every statement, everything that a CEO or board makes is challenged, it is a signal of loss of confidence. And one needs to be cautious not to overdo that. At the same time, we are pushing back where we see that there is inefficiencies in any of the development finance institutions, and I've been very clear about those. But at the same time, to do it such that even though you're pressurizing them, we don't end up with the ministry having to make those decisions. So what about putting an independent assessor in? The challenge is if every applicant goes to that assessor, it will have to build a massive machinery to review every decision that every public official takes. And so for every official that we have who will do the work, we will have to probably have another official to evaluate a complaint about whether they've done their work properly. So I've got to find the balance. I've got to make sure that the system that we put in place doesn't result in frivolous or vexatious complaints that can tie up the resources of the department, because our limited budget has to stretch into the areas that's important to South Africans. That's jobs, it's economic growth, it's inclusion of women and rural communities and young people. And so it's balancing that carefully. So I have asked the DG to look at this, and he has said to me that there's been quite a bit of thinking about it. I am clear that we need a reform of the system. We do need to have some way in which we can check without it having to come to a minister whether a complaint someone has raised is valid under the circumstances, and particularly whether any public servant is abusing their position by vexatiously refusing, by penalizing people because they've complained. All of those concerns are here regularly, and we do need to deal with it. So I think you've put a spotlight, Honorable Swaku, on an area that I think is a challenge in our institutional machinery and that we must deal with. So I hope, Chairperson, that I have answered at least most of the questions. And as I said at the start, a lot of it is food for thought. And it's an ongoing conversation between members of the legislature and members of the executive on a number of these issues, particularly policy choices. And I do appreciate hearing it. And I think today's session really was different to many of the others in that I think the team feels affirmed that the work that they've done is helpful to members of parliament, that members of parliament find this format, this way of focusing on the work to be more helpful to delivering to South Africa's people. So thank you very much for this opportunity, Chairperson, and to the DG and the team also for the work that they've done, and the two deputy ministers for the guidance and the oversight that they provide. May I then hand back to you, Chairperson?
Thank you very much, Minister, and the team for the, I think, very thought-provoking and presentation, which also answers the challenge set to us by the AG in looking more at the impact of our spend on South Africa. So thank you very much for that enlightening presentation. We have gone way over time, and I see I'm running out of battery, and I want to thank everyone for being part of this meeting, and then just hand over to the committee secretary to speak to us about our program going forward. Thank you very much, committee secretary.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, we scheduled to tomorrow to get a briefing from the NRCS as well as SABS on the annual report, as well as the first quarter financial and non-financial performance reports, Chair. Also, we will also give opportunity to the AG's office just to give a short input on some issues relating to SABS for clarification, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for being part of this meeting. Have a good day further.
Thank you to our Chairperson.
Recording stopped.
Long live the chair. Long live the chair.